Hey, what's up? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How are you? It is, I can't get my taskbar to open for some reason. It is 6:12 p.m. on 12/16/2024. That's a Monday, December 16th, 2024. And it's, 6:12 p.m. PST. And I am freshly back from an 11-hour journey all over the fucking state to help my family. And so we ran a bunch of errands out of town today and stuff and went all over the fucking state to get a bunch of stuff done that kind of cropped up. And I visited the eye doctor today, and they're worried about glaucoma for me, but I actually did not worry the doctor today. He was like, nope, we're going to come back in a year. You don't look too bad. If it's gotten worse, we'll do something. But he's like, I don't think you have developing. He didn't think I was developing glaucoma. They were a little bit worried. I had a bit of a bleed. Or no, sorry, not a bleed, but like a bleed. I had a bleed in my eye, a very minor one, because of pressure and stress and stuff, and so it seems to be doing better. And so I went all over the fucking state with my family today, and it took 11 hours to get it all done, and I finally just got done, like, I don't know, like 20-30 minutes ago, something like that, and I finally got home. I've made dinner, but it's cooling down in the microwave, and I just wanted to start the stream because as it is, it's already been like an 11-hour day. I don't think I'm going to be on for long, honestly. Like, this will be a very short session. I can't do anything about this. As my parents grow older, I will lose more and more stream time as their lives get more complicated or whatever, you know. There's like doctor visits and stuff, and yeah, I don't want to talk about all the stuff that's going on at all because it's too personal. But yeah, they're just, they're getting older. That's enough to say. So yeah, just looking out for the old folks. What this life is, and I know sometimes I have like some kids on my channel and stuff or whatever, though I don't want them here. But life is having fun until you're 30, then becoming an adult, then being an adult for 30 years and running the world. And then when you're 60, you're older. And that's when you finally become old, is when you're like 60, 33, 66, somewhere around there. And 33, 66, 99 years is about, what we can hopefully expect, but I don't know if any of us reach it. And so, yeah, so I'm now midway through the second stage of my life, and one of the things that you do when you're an adult is you take over the care of your elderly parents right around the age of about 45, 50, something like that. And then they do their transition about 20 years later when you're about 65, something like that. And it's going to happen to you too, or it's already happened, or it takes longer or shorter. Everybody's random. And and then right around when you're 65 or so, your parents pass away, hopefully, because, of old age, because they hopefully had you somewhere between the age of, 20 and 35, somewhere around there. So, about 45 years pass, and they're about, 80, 90, somewhere around there. A bunch of them kick off, definitely do kick off. And then when you're about like 45 to 60, somewhere around there, your parents pass and you become old, and you become 60 years old right when they pass. And then you've got another, hopefully 40, 45 years, something like that, 30, 45 years, somewhere around that, around the age of 60. And then that's life. And then you die somewhere around like 90, 105, somewhere around there. And so, yeah, you can only really expect that. And it's going to happen. Unless you're an orphan and don't have parents to worry about, you will have to deal with this in your time. And it sucks. It sucks for them. They're losing their lives, as it slowly ticks away. Their time here, it slowly ticks away. Sucks for them. Their bodies start working so well, and it's just, it's hard for an old soul like that. and I have a lot of sympathy for them. And then it's hard on you because you know the transition's coming, and you're like, fuck, I don't know what to do, and it's like you're gonna have no one else who really loves you besides anybody that you built a family with at that point, because your parents will be gone. Maybe you got siblings and you're lucky or whatever, or maybe maybe you got good cousins and that kind of strong family, but I don't. I have good cousins and good family, but I don't really see them. We're like excommunicated, and I don't really care about them, honestly. They've not really ever been there in my life. They've been there in my life until I was about, I don't know, 15, somewhere around there, and then I didn't see any of my family again except for my close family for a long time. And I saw them again when I was like 33, something like that. But then, and it was worth seeing my family. It was good. I'm gonna get my cousin's phone number, and I'm gonna put her in my will, and I'm gonna give her everything I own. Because I really love my cousin. She's a really good cousin. I never ever see her, seeing her maybe I think 4 times in my whole life or something like that. But I really like my cousin, and when I did see her, we spent quite a bit of time. So it's like, I've got a strong, connection with my cousin. She's got like 3 kids and a husband, and she's doing pretty good. And I think I don't even think I'm gonna tell her. I was thinking about telling her just then. I was like, I think I'm gonna put my cousin in my will and just give her everything I own when I die, because I don't have anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's my fault. I'm an asshole, drug dealer, fucking ex drug fiend, fucking shithead. That's my fault. It is my fault. I ain't got nobody. I'm hermetic and I don't do a lot, So, whatever. I don't, it is what it is. So in the end, I believe I will just give my everything I own to either my cousin or her kids, depending on if she's alive when I pass away. I don't know. She's older than me, so yeah.
I'm rather confused.
So, I want to start this video over. Now my dinner should be cooled down enough, guys. I'm going to drop it off the big screen here. I know it's been boring, but I'm not playing much of video games tonight. I'm only going to watch videos. It sucks, but I drove for 11 hours today. I've got maybe a 3-4 hour shift in me if I'm lucky, and I'm going to record all of it. It's just going to be videos. It's just fair warning. If you came for video games, that's not what I'm doing today. I'm terribly sorry. I'm definitely going to log on FFXI and Eve, but I'm not going to play a main game, I don't think. And if I do, it'll be lackadaisically. I'm not really in the fucking mood today. Like, I don't, I'm in the mood to game, but I'm not really in the mood to pay attention because I already did a whole day's work today. This is going to be a really low, slow shift, And yeah. So hold on just a second here. We come to when the algorithm accuses you of terrorism by the Jinquisition. This video has 33,000 views, and it's 8 out and it's from 8 hours ago. Oops. Oh wait, no, I fucked up. There we go. Activate. Sorry. There we go. So there we go. So I'm gonna watch a video. I'm gonna eat a burrito, a homemade burrito, and I will eat my dinner, and then I will play some games. So expect like a slow start here. And I know that sucks, but I mean I already did a whole day's work today. Yeah, let's just do that thing. That's probably fine. Yeah, that bowl. There we go. There. Dump that thing in there. Yeah. Drop it like that. Okay. Some paper towel. That's right. There we go. Okay, I need a fork. Do I want to garnish this thing? I don't think I do. No. I don't think I do. Okay, I'm gonna eat my dinner and watch this Jinquisition video. Jinquisition is easily becoming one of my favorite fucking content creators. What the fuck are you blowing me up for? What the fuck's going on? Oh yeah, so Legend of, or sorry, no, what is it? It's the Moria survival game is free on Epic until the 19th, and that's not a good game, but it's a good free game. Anything's good. Today I sold my Nvidia shares that I bought in June, and I made $33 off a $100 investment. I can't show you without doxing myself, unfortunately, but I did. I sold my Nvidia. I had a whole share of Nvidia, and I sold it today, and I made a $33 profit. And I'm going to give it to my family for Christmas. And it was awesome, and I bought that with streamer money that you guys gave me. And so I want to say thank you for that. You know, I was able to take the streamer money and turn it from $100 into $133 with just a click of my cell phone. Couple clicks on my cell phone, and I sold it out today, and I just want to say thank you guys. That was something that you guys did for me that I really want to say thank you. I love you guys. Thank you for helping me today and helping my family. It's a very positive thing for me. Thank you for helping me. You know, it really means something. It really means something to me from the bottom of my heart. I don't even have to say anything about these things, and it's quite personal, money, but I want to say thank you for the help that I received in last year. I have used it as much as I can. I bought Stalker 2. I buy games with it and stuff. If I don't buy games with it, I do stuff like what I did with the Nvidia shares, so I can get my family a Christmas present or something like that, or money. You know, and that's what I did. I'm just gonna hand them $133, and I'm gonna be. And I told them I can't do it until tomorrow because it takes a day to free up, but. I told him, I was like, I earned this money streaming. It wasn't given to me. I'm sorry, it was given to me, but it wasn't given to me like as like, you know, it wasn't a gift. It was something I worked for, and I want you to do something with it. And so, and that was very refreshing for me. I feel very good, and yes. Anyways,
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dead.
Jimquisition! Jimquisition is 300 pounds and wrestles, and this is never good. Jimquisition is about to whine about this. Do not wrestle when you're 300 fucking pounds. Do not do it. It's gonna fuck you up so bad. You're gonna break your back. You're gonna break your fucking thighs. You're gonna break your fucking butt. You're gonna break your butt's too big, so if you fall on it, you're gonna break it. Like yep. And then when you fall, you're just too big, and you're gonna break everything. Do not wrestle when you're 300 pounds.
Last week, I did perhaps the best video I've ever done. Certainly the most heartfelt episode I've ever done. I talked about the game mouthwashing. And I talked about my physical disabilities and my chronic pain issues and how they related, and it was really open and raw, and people assume that wrestling causes those issues I have. I had those issues before wrestling, and I made the point that wrestling helps me cope.
I'm glad it does. I'm glad it does. I'm glad it does. I don't doubt it.
Almost as if God himself was having a laugh. At the last wrestling show I did this weekend, Pinfall Pro Wrestling, I suffered the worst.
God had nothing to do with this. This was, you are 300 pounds, you went to wrestle, you broke your body.
Physical injury I've ever suffered.
I know, just in the last 5 years, I've been 300 pounds, and I know what happens when you do stuff like that. You break your body.
Wrestling show, because I had 2 wrestling matches that day, and in the time between both of them, I fell down the stairs. On reflection, it's pretty funny. But more to the point, fucking ow, every single bit of me that could hurt fucking hurts.
Well. Who could have imagined it?
You should not wrestle, you're too fat.
Commander Stephanie Sterling finally sharing the ring with... I'm sorry, darling, I've forgotten your name.
Last week, SoundCloud falsely accused me of terrorism. To be slightly less dramatic, but much more accurate, SoundCloud accused me of either terrorist, extremist, or criminal activity, or all three, when it removed a podcast from the Jimquisition podcast feed and cited its reasons for doing so. I have been laughing my ass off about this shit for days.
I know, right?
Because it's bloody fantastic.
This is fucking fantastic.
So, I
yep.
got this email from SoundCloud informing me that years-old content had been removed for breaching the platform's terms of use. Hi there, the email read. We are writing to you today because your content on SoundCloud has been found to be in breach of our terms of use on the grounds of containing illegal or extremist content. Quite the claim, I think you'll agree. That's a company quite literally accusing me of publishing criminal material.
Most people, they do videos about getting banned and they like bitch about it and they're like, look how silly and stupid this is. When it happens to them, I get using it for content. It makes sense. I've never done, well, I have used it as content when I got banned. I'm like, I got banned. We all knew it was going to happen. Fuck, you said the F word. No, I've been banned. And so, you know, we've all had our ban moments of hilariousness. But this ban is really funny. This ban's kind of fucked up.
Which is an allegation that one would certainly come with evidence, or at the very least specific citation. And would you believe I was provided with neither to go along with this incredibly
Of course not. It's an
serious
algorithm.
allegation?
It's a piece of
SoundCloud
software.
at least did one
It's not a fucking detective sitting at a desk with a fucking phone and a brain. It's SoundCloud algorithm. It runs like 5 lines of code or whatever, 50,000 lines of code or whatever. And it's like, yeah, all right, in this particular instance or whatever, you're a terrorist. There's no dude at a desk with a phone calling you a terrorist or anything like that. It's the worthless piece of shit algorithm.
Tiny sliver of a step more than YouTube does.
From the
when it hits me with
POSDs.
fraudulent-
We talk about the POSDs all the time, but I mean, this is an example of it. The POSDs kind of suck. They really do, and this is an example of it. They let their algorithm fucking ban you, and then they don't even tell you why. I mean, that's an example of when you're fucking... I don't know. When your customer service has just really pretty much like become non-existent. You now have a robot full-blown just like firing people that work for your platform or whatever. And they're like, what, canceling people? Yeah, you have like an algorithm canceling people. Dear God, why the fuck do they have an algorithm canceling people? It's so dumb. How is algorithm? How do you spell algorithm? Because I always misspell it. It's so. Oh, I remember now. It's R-I-T. Yeah, O-R-I. I always forget because I always think of it as a Y for some reason. But anyway, algorithm. Is it really just an I? Yeah, it doesn't seem right to me. I hate the way that algorithm is spelled. Oh yeah, I have to put my YouTube on public here. Are we doing this? Yes, we are. Good. Okay, yeah, I'll do... I forgot to turn on my YouTube, but it's only been 20 minutes, so whatever. The content's going to be worthless, because I worked in the real life time, like, all day today, and I did 2 doctor's appointments, and I'm just fucking exhausted. I'll just be honest. I don't usually have days like this, but this is one of those days. I'm under the weather. It feels shitty. I'm hungover. Because I drank 4 fucking 9% beers, 4 tall boys of 9% beer last night. I wish I had let myself one. I'm so fucking pissed at myself because I drank all 4 of my beers last night. That was not the plan. The plan was to drink 3 and then have 1 for tonight. Because I kind of knew today it was going to suck. And that was the whole plan. But no, when I was wasted, I just popped the 4th one without even thinking about it. Not even a thought. Not a thought. Just pop the 4th one. Get too drunk. You know, like, or whatever. I wasn't too drunk, but I was just like, you know, I was like out. I was gone. The 15th. Yeah. No, it's the 16th. And then, yeah, we good. Okay. So then, coming over, taking a look. Yeah, we got my tablet on. Everything's good. Everybody's monitored and everything. I want to watch that. I want to watch a lot of this stuff. Go back. Yeah, I want to see this. Ooh, yeah, we'll watch that because it seems popular and such. We'll watch that, and we'll watch that. Okay. And Angry Gamers try, I don't know this guy, but he got 158,000 views, so we'll take a look at him. Sir, when the algorithm accuses you of terrorism is what we're doing next. Here we go.
Takedowns going so far as to provide me with the relevant portions of the TOS I was allegedly in breach of. They are as follows. 8. You must not use the
I'm sorry, I got dishes. I'm gonna go put them away. Sorry for eating the moment I get on stream. I know that's kind of not very classy. It's just I needed a meal. I had not eaten today, and I've been at it for all day. Not half a day. Fuck, I ate all my chocolate when I was drunk. Son of a bitch. Fuck. I ate the rest of my chocolate last night when I was drunk, and I wasn't supposed to do that either, because now I don't have chocolate or beer tonight. It's fucking damn it yesterday, Skycat. Damn it! You fucked me today yesterday, Skycat. It was fun last night, but it's not fun tonight. God damn it. It was really fun last night, so I don't know, like, whatever. Fuck it. Have me some yogurt.
platform to upload, post, store, transmit, display, copy, distribute, promote, make available, continue to make available, or otherwise communicate to the public any content that A. breaches our community guidelines, C. includes terrorist or extremist content, and 9. You must not commit or engage in or encourage, induce, solicit or promote any conduct that would constitute a criminal offence, give rise to civil liability or otherwise violate any law or regulation. You can imagine the shock, the anxiety, the fear that I would have felt if I hadn't been in the online media game for 15 years.
I know, I've only been here for like, I think 2 years and 10 months or something. I don't even know what the number's at. No, my 3-year anniversary was like a month ago. So yeah, it's been about 3 years. And I already feel too old to care about this stupid shit. If you let this stuff affect you, I mean, it sucks because it does cost you money when they cancel the video or whatever. But if you can't be a good enough content creator to just roll on and keep producing content every single fucking day, then you're not really that good of a content creator. It doesn't matter if you lose one video, in my opinion. Now it's a quantity game. It used to be about quality, but there's so many motherfuckers trying to do this now. So it's just a quantity game now, really. Like, if you show up and put butts in the seat every single fucking day, and don't have to set yourself on fire to do it, like Kai Cenat, you can do really fucking well.
I didn't know exactly how.
And that's the thing. It's like, so one video out of the fucking I have 2,100 videos or something like that. I've got 3 years of videos. So yeah, I've got like 2,100 videos or 22 or something like that. Yeah, right here on my fucking channel. I like bragging about this. Every day I brag about this, and it's just gonna get worse too. As you get up to when I hit a 10,000, I am gonna throw a razor the likes of which nobody's ever fucking seen before. I don't care about if anybody watches this shit or not. I'm just fucking happy. Cancel upload. Just cancel upload. Oh good, we're yesterday's videos went up and they're all processing and they're about to be live and published and all that stuff. That's good. 51 minutes left on that one, so good. We finally did get published and stuff. Yay, getting good views. Let's go to this one that doesn't have any views at all and just give myself a view. Who the fuck cares? It's my life. I can watch my own videos or whatever. Fuck it. Let's see how I was doing this day. I'm going to leave a light. I'm going to be like, great vid, yo. Oh, yeah, comments are off, huh? No, oh, yeah? That's weird. I must have just Streamline posted this. Sold her entire load. So there's like 50 grand waiting for me at the T-box. Yeah, and I look a lot better than I did last year. She's got a nice nest egg here starting to build, which is cool because I'm about to need it for like leveling, for buying scrolls and stuff. I thought I would buy like a pair of leaping boots or something for my hardcore character, but nope. 3 months passed, and we reached in just 3 weeks here. Like I bought a royal cloak. I'm so dumb. Play Final Fantasy 11 quite a bit more. Yeah, I can't wait. Than I have been, and you know, and that hit before I was able to buy the leaping boots. Now I don't know when the cut in the video is. I didn't design it for me to be to be delivering content right now in this minute. Because sometimes I'm just quiet playing the games. You know, over the day, I do 14 hours a day, almost every day. So, I mean, sometimes I'm just quiet playing the game because there's not much going on. You know, it's just me playing the game and doing whatever. I gotta find my pen. Damn it, where's my pen at? Yeah. Are you over here? I think you are. I gotta put this yogurt away. I'm done with dinner and I've had my dessert. I'll be right back. Ooh, yeah, that was good. That was real good. I love my house. I love my house. I love my fancy fuzzy blanket because it's cold in here. Oh, yeah. Cozy videos and fuzzy blankets and being old and doing nothing. Just watching videos. And I'm an old person with my Afghan and I'm just cuddled up and I'm like, it's a nice warm Monday night. And it feels so good. I had a nice meal finally, all day, and now we give myself a like. Yep, we watched this video for 56 seconds. That's long enough. There we go. And now I got no zeros on this page, or yeah, I got no zeros on this page or whatever. I don't really care if there's a zero, but I mean, it's like nice that there isn't. And I can fix that problem for myself, so I do. I don't always do it at all, but I do. Sometimes I'm like, well, there's a video that didn't get any views for some reason. I'm just going to go watch it for 30 seconds, because why not? When the algorithm accuses you of terrorism by the Jimquisition, now we can focus on this, but I'm going to fire up the video games first. And I believe tonight it'll be a real low-key day where I kind of just kill shit in Starfield, because I know that I don't really have to think to do that, So I'm going to load Starfield. Let me think about this. Yeah, I paid up keeping Rust and all that last night. So, I mean, I'm good. I think I'll play Starfield. Yeah, we'll play some Starfield. Sooner or later, I'm going to play a tiny bit of Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire, because I wish to see the ship sailing content. So, so that's coming up. That's going to come up on the docket. I've got that installing right now. I own that game on PlayStation, but I don't own it on PC. It's fucking annoying. So, where is Starfield? There you are. And then where is Eve and FFXI? Yes. Installing updates. Yes. Yes. Oh, I misstated this YouTube video. Oops. You should say 1624 streaming software public. We'll go up under Starfield because who cares? Save. Yep, don't care, just go. And then here we go. Doom creation, don't care. Continue, go, fire up, go, yes. And then we will go to Eve and we will play Eve. And then we will come to the FFXIs, or maybe I will stay up a bit late. It's still fairly early. It's only 6:40 p.m. I'll probably stay up until I'm tired anyways. Okay, so you fire up, and I'm going to get in on all three of these games, but I'm going to keep the music off, and I'm going to watch a video when it's all loaded up and everything, but I'm going to get all that work done first. I'm going to get all the login stuff done. Even logging in takes time for all three games. It's so fucking annoying. I don't care. Yeah, what do we do? Do I go eat? No, I think I'm alright, actually. I can just go on my main. I love my royal cloak. It makes me feel so successful. Seeing myself with a royal cloak and a motherfucking Kraken club really makes me feel like a fucking king hot shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm hot shit. I walk around this server, and these people are like, oh my fucking god, look at this dude with like 2 million in loot and like a fucking Kraken club and shit. I am the best geared motherfucker on the fucking server, I believe. I'm one of them. I'm one of like the top 20 top geared dudes on the server out of 3,000 people, and I didn't go looking for that. It just happened. I mean, I guess I can, when I didn't go looking for it, no, I went looking for BST stuff at a BCNM, and I just happened to roll the best item in the game. So when I walk past people, they're like, what the fuck? That dude's Royal Cloak with fucking Kraken Club, and he's like Anon and shit, and they're like, what the it's that, it is that reaction. I had a guy kick me the other day because of it. I showed up with a Kraken Club and pissed him off. He was like, what the fuck are you doing with a Kraken Club? And he knows, because I don't play all the time like him. I'm not a loser. I mean, I do play all the time, but I don't play the game all day long. Just this game. I don't have that anymore. I can't play just this game anymore. It's such a boring, fucking slow game. There's no, it's not boring. It's just, it's definitely slow. It's mostly walking sim to get to any of the fun battle. So it's, you know, so it's just, you know, it's a fucking slow game. It really is. It's like, it's really hard to main this game. And so that fool fucking kicked me, fucking asshole. I reported his ass too. That fool fucking kicked me, and then like, and just blatantly kicked me, and nothing happened to him, which is fine. But it's just, it's like weird that the Kraken Club caused him to act that way. The Kraken Club caused him to act that way. It wasn't me. It was the club. He saw the club when I joined the fucking thing, and he's like, you need to work on your gear. Now, this is a joke. He knows, like I know, that I'm like one of the top 20 gear players on the server, just by having the weapon, you know? And so he said, you need to work on your gear, and he kicked me. And like, that's the response that this fucking club on my hip gets. It's insane. This club commands more attention than my name does. It's insane. And so, like, you know, and it's just weird. It's like fucking weird. Now, am I surprised I have it? No, because I've had buku stuff like this all my life. I've always had the best loot in every single fucking game. I had the best loot in Eve. I don't ever farm in Eve. I just fucking roll 2 billion up and down on the motherfucking hypernet every day or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. And if I don't have anything, I just sell stuff on the hypernet, and I gamble and I rob nerds and I sell stuff on the hypernet, and I have the best loot in Eve because I don't ever leave motherfucking Jita. If I do, it's to go get ganked for 1 million in fucking Poshvon or 15 mil in a fucking faction warfare fucking thing. And it's like, that's the best loot in Eve. If you don't have to leave Jita, if you bank, like, I'm not kidding, I can show the motherfucking wallet. It's not a lie. Like, you're gonna see it. I bang 10 bill a motherfucking month. Now I spend it all. It's all re-up. It's just like drugs. It's the exact same thing as being a fucking drug dealer in real life. It's all re-up. So I mean, but I am rolling 9 bill. This is my alt, and I've got to log her in for just 5 seconds here, and then I'll go on my main, and I'll show you the monthly income. It's sitting at 9 bill, motherfucker. I'm sitting fucking pretty. These pieces of shit can talk shit and kick me and fucking stalk me or whatever the fuck, but it doesn't change the fact that I fucking have 6,000 hours in Rust. I have like 600 wins on Fortnite, or 550 or something. I don't know what it's at, 575 or 600. I have no idea. I've got 1,200 wins on my Hunter in Hearthstone. I've got like several capped out characters on ESO. I've got like 6 capped out characters on New World. On every single server, I've got 3 characters all capped out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter how much shit these fucking nerds talk. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The fucking Kraken Club, the 6,000 hours, the fucking 10 billion a month, and the fucking the ocular filter chips on 2 characters and all this shit, and fucking, you know, and like you know, level 50 on Starfield and all this shit. I'm the king shit motherfucker here. I'm maybe one of the most successful gamers on the motherfucking planet. It's the fucking truth. I don't care what you think. It is the goddamn truth. I'm one of the most successful fucking like people drool over this weapon and kick you out of the party over and shit like that. It causes a reaction. We saw it the other day. It really bothered me. I reported his ass. I was like, that's like loot discrimination, basically. I didn't say to the fucking admin what the fucking tip was about, or maybe I probably should have, really, but I didn't say to the admin what the tip was about. But I should have mentioned, like, he said my gear sucked, but that's just not the case. That's what I said. I didn't say anything further than that. He was like, he said he did this because he said my gear sucked, but that is just not the fucking case. And the GM can come see that my gear does not suck. They can see the goddamn Kraken Club on my belt, and they can understand that this guy was just a fucking cocksucker. He was just an asshole. You know? So, but nothing happened because they don't care. They don't care. They're people who are doing this for free. They don't care about this shit. And that's fine. You know, they're doing this for free. They don't need to worry about it. I'm sad that I wasted their time, honestly. But I mean, it's just stupid. Like that's the kind of shit that's starting to happen to me. Is they're like kicking me because they're jealous of me and shit like that. They see that I'm rocking like whatever follows. I don't even know what it's at, and I don't fucking care. Like a bunch of these follows are from hate raids, so it just doesn't matter to me what the fucking number is. It's like 3,420, and it's sat 3,420 for a long fucking time. It really has. And then like it's kind of funny. Like it was jealousy. It was weird. I saw jealousy lately, and I'm beginning to understand as I come back that people spend time stalking me. They're jealous of me. They try and take my bases and stuff. They're always after my strawberry schmeckles. You know, they're always after me. Like and it's like, nah, man, I told you, motherfucker. Like, you know, I'm just not that guy. I'm not the one. I'm not the one. I'm sorry. Go back. There's plenty of fish in the sea. I'm not the one. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not the one. And like, I don't care about this shit either. That's the other funny part. These motherfuckers, they lick the window, and they're like, of my base. They lick the window of my cracking club. You know, you understand? They lick the window of my cracking club. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? They tried, but they don't ever actually get their tongue on my cracking club. They don't actually do it. They'd sit there and they lick the window and they're like, oh my fucking god, look at this guy with the best item in Final Fantasy, making 10 billion a month on Eve and not even paying for his motherfucking account. I could easily pay for a fucking Plex. You know, I could just Plex my account forever for free. I've cracked Eve. You know what I'm saying? Full-blown cracked Eve. Like, which is like the gamer's last fucking frontier. Most people can't handle Eve, and I've cracked Eve. You know what I'm saying? That's like cracking Ultima or something like that. It's just like, or EverQuest. It's just not that easy. It's not that easy to fucking do. But I cracked Eve. And I didn't even spend that much time doing it either. I've been around for 11 years, but I've only played the game for like, I don't know, 5 or something. But I just see what works and I do it over and over and over and over and over again until I look at my fucking wallet. Sorry, I just needed to see when the booster was going to wear off. I was going to do this faster, but I always forget how much shit I have to do. Yeah, like that. I have to get that. I've got to make sure these things, I mean, yeah, anything that's tangible, yeah, like these booster and repairer booster rewards and stuff. Anything tangible we need to get before it expires. There we go. And then, daily logging campaigns. I did it. Okay, and we're good. Going to the New Eden store to look for my weekly 15,000 skill points. Nope, I already got it. Okay, oh yeah, I have 49 Plex, which is like, I don't know, 500 mil or something like that too, which is insane, so I can always do that. I forgot I left that there. If she's ever broke, I can just fucking fix it. So, okay, quick game. I want you to look at your fire crystals. You have, you should buy some more fire crystals. TK Money. You know, I've seen that name for years and years and years. TK Money. I think that's a Fenrir player. I'm fairly sure he's Fenrir. I've seen TK Money so many fucking times. That's a Fenrir player. That's an old school fucker. I've seen that. I've partied with him before. He's a nice guy. I know that name. I've seen him a bunch over the years, like 15 years, something like that. Old vet who's been playing this shit just as long as me. I'm Fenrir too, which makes him a fucking bona fide motherfucking badass like me. Any Final Fantasy player, drop him Fenrir server. That's the best server in fucking Final Fantasy 11, and I was in the best guild Link Shell in fucking like on fucking well, Ashura is the best server, but Fenrir was back then. Ashura took over about 7 years in or something like that, but for the first 7 years, Fenrir was the top server in the world. I know because the top Japanese players in the world were there. They were there. They were just forming parties all day. It was the busiest server in Final Fantasy 11. I know because I went to a bunch of servers. It just no server was like Fenrir. Fenrir was its own crazy institution. And so this guy TK Money, he's from motherfucking Fenrir. I've seen that name for like 20 years or something like that, and I think this guy's a bona fide motherfucking badass. He absolutely is. You know what I'm saying? I know it to be a fucking, like, anybody who plays this game for 20 years is a real gamer. You know what I'm saying? Real, like a real one. And it's not because it's some autistic, like, 100 population game. It's not. It's still got something like 200,000 or something like that. It's between retail and privates. It is something like, I think, like 75 to 200,000 concurrent, depending on the day. And like, so, you know, there is some Final Fantasy 11 players out there, and the 14 community became aware that 11 is a better game, but just older. So they kind of came too. Like, the 14 people came to 11. I've seen a bunch of them. They fucking suck at 11. Because they've been playing a shitty game all of their MMO lives. 14 is such a shitty game, kind of. It's got good crafting, and it's got good systems, but the combat is fucking worthless. It's worthless. It's like press 1, press 2, press 3, press 4, press 5, wait for the fucking inevitable 2.5 second cast or whatever the fuck it is. Wait for it, and then get up to 6, get up to 7, limit break when somebody's low, and there you got trial mode, X Deus, butthole difficulty, triple X hardcore fuck me in the ass boss at the end of the game thing. It's easy. That game's so fucking easy. Press 1, press 2, press 3, press 4, press 5, press 6, press 7, run a limit break, and it's over. That game's... Don't stand in the fire. You know, mainly don't stand in the fire. If you know how not to stand in the fire, 14 is so fucking easy. Even the shit that looks all bullet hell and fucked up and stupid on those X trial mode bosses or whatever at the end of the fucking game when you have that max materia and all that stuff. I used to blow so much money on materia and stuff. I am a 14 player too. I've got several maxed out 14 characters, but I can't get into my account because fucking Square Enix locked me out. So I don't play 14 or, you know, I don't play 14 or 11 retail at almost at all because I'm fucking still pissed at Square Enix for locking me out of my 20-year-old account and fucking taking the greatest fucking piece of property I've ever owned. Square took the greatest thing I've ever owned, which is my Final Fantasy 11 account. That account has so many, it has, I don't know how many days. It's something like 900 days or something like that. It's got like, not, I mean, it is like, no, it's more than that. I've seen it way up over 1,000. It's like 1,100 or something. I can't do the playtime ever again because I've been locked out for fucking nigh on, I think it's 9 years now or something like that. Yeah, I've been locked out since 2015. I was so fucking pissed at them about that. I'm still so pissed about it. I've several times I've screamed about this on my stream, but I'm just not. I don't let the anger fucking run me anymore. I'm not a slave to my fucking anger, so I'm just not even gonna go like you know, provoke the energy to even get upset. You know, like they fucked me out of an account. It was probably a good thing, or I'd probably just be playing it right now instead of this. You know, and honestly, that would mean that I would have spent another $100 a year for the last fucking 13 years or something. Like, I definitely paid WoW like that for a long time. I definitely paid WoW, even when I wasn't playing it. I'm still paying WoW and I'm not playing it. And, so yeah, and so like, you know, and yeah, so they kicked me out and stole my fucking account in 2015. It locked me out due to not knowing the birth date. The birth date on it is wrong, so if I don't know the birth date, I can't get in. And I've supplied them government IDs. I've sent my social, my birth certificate, my fucking, you know, I've sent them like everything. I've sent pictures. I'm like offered to send them video. I've contacted their fucking GMs like fucking, I don't know, 400 times or something. Every year I used to try again. I used to be like, will you please let me into this account? Please let me into this account. This is my account. And they're like, we can see that you've got most of the data correct on your birth date, but you don't have the birth date correct. What year is it? And I'm like, I don't know. What am I going to trial? Am I going to trial guess? I'm telling you what the year is. I don't know. I don't know what it is if it isn't that. I'm not going to trial guess and error. I'm just going to tell you what my actual fucking birth date is to the fucking ID with my fucking name on it. But no, they have so much fucking password theft and bullshit. Even Square, like they just won't do it. They won't give you that fucking information. They won't unlock the account. It's so goddamn dumb. And to rob me of my 14 and 11 account is just so sickening. I fucking hate Square Enix now. And you keep fucking making shitty games too. Like fucking 15 was good enough, but it took a while. And like, you know, and I would say that, you know, and that's about the last game I think recently that you've done that I think has any fucking real esteem to it. I did not like 7 Remaster. You've done some good remasters and stuff like Secret of Mana and stuff lately, and Legend of Mana and all that. That's fine. The second Densetsu stuff was really good, classic Square. And I did like, although I thought it was a low rank game for a fucking huge company like Square Enix, I did like the game that I showed yesterday. What was it? It's I forget the name of it. It's like their RPG side scroller game. I can't think of the name of it, but that's recent and that's a good game. And there's like sequel now, and you know, but Square itself, I didn't like Dragon Age 11. I didn't, you know, there's a lot of stuff about Square that's really bothered me a lot lately. Locking me out of that account made it a lot easier for me to dislike them. They shouldn't have fucked with me on Play Online. They knew how bad Play Online was, and they can see that I've been sending emails from the same fucking email that I opened the account with. The same email that I opened the account with, I'm sending them emails from it being like, I need in my fucking account, here's my ID, my social, my birth certificate, here's pictures and video, let me in my fucking account. They're like, no. And I just finally gave up after like 400 times. I was like, I'm not going to have this thing that I gave 900 days of my life to. I'm not going to ever have this thing again. And however much time I spent on 11, probably like 100 days or something like that. And I just don't understand Square Enix, what they become. I don't really know. I think it's very sad. Oh, I've been buying the wrong crystals. Damn it, no wonder. I think it's very sad that 14 players have to come like back to 11 looking for something better. It's sort of insane. It's like, I don't know, 14 should have been better than it was. It was a fucking dumpster fire when it launched. It literally went offline for a year and 10 months, something like that. Offline. Like Mortal 2 stayed up, and they only had like 300 players. But Square Enix fucking shut down 14 when there was like hundreds of thousands of us still playing it. It was just insane. It was like they just shut it down. They're like, no, this game just isn't living up to the Square Enix like brand of value and stuff, and this game just failed horribly. And they did a Realm Reborn, about 2 years in, and it was better after that. It was better. It wasn't good. It was better. It was more playable. It was a more solid MMO. Oh, wow, I just bought crystals for 500 that weren't there originally. Is there more? Are you posting more? Yes, you are. I'm buying them. It's probably TK Money. He's probably slapping fire crystals on the fucking table. And I'm probably taking it right off him. It's funny. Small world. That's a Fenrir, motherfucker. I know it is. I've seen that name so much. The only reason if I know the name is because they're from Fenrir. And like if I recognize the name, I know they're Fenrir because I didn't go to any other servers. They're either Fenrir, Nozomi, or here, and that means that it doesn't matter. I played on the same server for at least 5 years or whatever. I played Nozomi for like 5 fucking years, and I don't know why. Nozomi was a really bad server. It had all these problems. It would constantly black screen you when you zoned and stuff. It was such a bad private server. That guy, he had an excuse. He was brain damaged, and I saw him talk. He's got YouTube videos and stuff, and I've seen him talk. And Nozomi is a wonderful man. I really believe in him, and I liked his server, and I played, and I've still got my characters there. But Nozomi is a wonderful man. I've seen him here. His name is Pepsi here. He always plays characters named Pepsi, and I'm obsessed with him because he's a private server owner who actually communicates with the public, and I think that's actually really cool. But I don't ever bother him. The last time I spoke to him was Day 1 Horizon. I saw him running around on Pepsi, and I was like, if you're Nozomi, I love you. And he was like, tee-hee. And I was like, oh, it is Nozomi. And I was like, No, I did say it to him, and he was like, tee-hee, and he smiled at me, and I was like, yeah. If you're Nozomi, I love you, and thank you for 5 years of the best years of my life. That's literally what I said to him. I was like, if you're Nozomi, I love you, and thank you for 5 years of some of the best years of my life. Yeah, I was on drugs back then, but like, it was still good. It was still good. Nozomi got me through a really dark time, I gotta say. If I didn't have Nozomi, I don't know what I would have done, because Nozomi was free. It was always there. It'll run on any laptop on the motherfucking planet. You can always run Final Fantasy 11, even in garbage mode on 1366 by 768 fucking laptop screens and shit. Final Fantasy will run. You can always turn it down enough to run. It's a very beautiful game, but in kind of a big game. It's like 25 gigs, but it is like old school RuneScape. It'll run on any fucking potato. It doesn't matter. It'll always run enough for you to play it. And so I ran it on a crappy laptop that I stole, and if I didn't have that, I don't know what I would have done. And I didn't play that much Nozomi. I was on drugs, and I had a girlfriend and stuff. I didn't play much, but it was there, every 5 or 6 months or something. I would sit down for an evening and play some Final Fantasy, because I was just like, oh my god, I'm such a video gamer, but I haven't touched games in years. You get this weird feeling like, am I even a gamer anymore? Was it all a phase? But no, it's never a phase for me. I will always come back to the video games. It doesn't matter if I'm a singer or a streamer or whatever it is, I will always come back to the fucking video games. This is not a phase. This is a fucking life choice, lifestyle. Anyways, we're going to watch all these fucking videos. But first, when the algorithm accuses you of terrorism, I know it's disjointed now. We've lost the flow of everything. I don't care.
Damn spurious this nonsense was going to.
Got all the games fired up and everything. Starfield's up. I'm here where I can maybe get combat. Oh no, I'm in. Oh yeah, I'm in a city, which is annoying. Do a little bit of Starfield since I haven't touched it yet. Oh, he wants me to go in. Now, what am I doing? Delivering devils. Me. Oh no, I have to meet this guy. Okay. So, but are you like steering me here? Yes, you. Go. Can't move. Oh, Bethesda and your load screens.
There are inorganic resources to be collected in the mines beneath Sidonia.
Oh yeah, there's like mining beneath Sidonia, huh? I didn't know that.
Stay away from the sixth circle.
I'm everything, baby. I'm everything. Come get inside everything. Okay, that's enough Starfield. I don't want you
you'll
talking.
You'll be able to
Shut
guess
up.
exactly what happened when I tell you that the content in question was an episode.
I love getting banned. I literally go to bed like smiling when I get banned. It's hilarious. I'm like, yeah, got another ban. Woo, living up life. Yeah, if you don't get kicked out of a school or get banned off YouTube or Twitch or something, right? You're not really living your life if you're a streamer.
Of a movie
You be living your life, you know, living out loud, Timmy, living out loud, living Timmy,
review show I did
living out, Timmy.
with Conrad Zimmerman, the spin-off Doctors in.
And yeah, and I'm living my life out loud, and you know, fuck, ban me. I don't give a flying fuck. Whatever. That's like a vacation, please. You can tell I'm a real streamer because I view bans as vacations.
Which we covered. Blood Rain, the Third Reich. Yeah. This was a bunch of algorithmic bullshit that had no human oversight, wasn't it? Luckily for your plucky heroine, SoundCloud's email also said, while we always strive to be fair and objective in our decision-making, you have the right to dispute this decision. To do this, respond to this message with the reason you believe this removal was done in error. First of all, decision-making. As if anything close to a human being's decision was in any way involved in the process up to this point. Second, the ability to just email them right back sure was convenient, so that's what I did. I think you'll find I took the situation as seriously as it deserved. Hello, darling.
Yeah, I do. It's gone.
I'm rather confused, as the removed content is a movie review. Without the provision of specific evidence of criminality, I can only assume for now that the episode title got it flagged. As a matter of important context, the movie we reviewed is legitimately called Blood Rain, the Third Reich.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that purchasing and watching this film could constitute abuse on par with a human rights violation, but I would argue any deleterious impact was self-inflicted. Further, the torment in question was not portrayed directly, only reported after the fact. We, in no way, would seek to glorify, condone, or otherwise encourage the act of watching Blood Rain the Third Reich, starring Natasha Melch with a special appearance by Clint Howard. If there is any specific material within the podcast...
See, they're like trying to be thought police. It's so stupid. With their algorithms, they're like, cancel him with an algorithm off SoundCloud because he's a podcaster. And it's weird. It's like weird. Send a human, weirdo. How little do you respect us? Send a human, shithead. The fuck's your problem? Like, we make you so much money. The least you could do is send a fucking human, pieces of shit. Send a human. When somebody's job is at stake, send a fucking human. It should be illegal. It's immoral. I don't care. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. I don't like his red eyes. It's weird. There's no explanation for it, really. You ever seen a man with red eyes? I haven't. What do you demon people want? Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about your story. It's not good. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. I know I'm supposed to care. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't care about this. Let's go. Get me back to the fucking combat. Blah, 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 blah. Combat. You know, I didn't even really enjoy the story in Oblivion. I really, like, I'm not too much into the Bethesda lore. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I don't do lore. Like, I'm not a lore guy. I know a lot of stories, and I've read a lot of books, and I'm big into epic high fantasy. But I've read a lot of epic high fantasy books, but I don't, like, you know, I don't...
Podcast that violates your terms of use, please do let me know, as accusations of criminal and/or terrorist behaviour are quite serious and would necessitate a hands-on investigation of myself that could result in my discharge. Fondest nuzzles, Stephanie Sterling. Result in my discharge. Fondest nuzzles.
Hands-on investigation of myself that could result in my discharge.
Stephanie Sterling. Professional courtesy. Thy name is me. See, yeah, I didn't have to wait massively long for a reply, which disappointingly no-sold everything I said, but did conclude the matter in a way that I think we can all agree was fucking obvious. Hi there, thank you for getting back in touch. Your track had previously been taken down for objectionable content, however, after a more thorough investigation, we have deemed your track to not be in breach of our terms of use. Yeah. By a more thorough investigation, I can only assume they really mean literally an amount of investigation. There is no way anything was investigated until I responded. It is incredibly obvious that the whole process was automated, an algorithm detecting keywords without the ability to contextualize them, and flagging content that leads to boilerplate emails being sent to innocent people.
Now, this video goes on for a long time past this. Now, is it all bitching, or is there something else?
Casually accusing them of criminality. SoundCloud is based in Germany.
Really?
I get it. They're very careful about Nazi shit over there, and with good reason. But this kind of moderation is frankly anything but careful. It's irresponsible, inaccurate, and as funny as I found the whole thing, it really is a fucked up incident when you consider the more serious implications. Whether the process was automated or not, the fact remains that SoundCloud did accuse me of vile behaviour and did so with no real investigation, no evidence, no specifics. That's not responsible content moderation. That is automated libel. I wasn't kidding when I was kidding earlier. I may have genuinely been frightened by that email if I hadn't been savvy about online platforms and immediately sussed what was up. Someone who isn't online as much, doesn't follow these kinds of stories, or is otherwise unaware of what an algorithmic crapshoot this all is, could have legitimately shit themselves to receive an email saying a podcast or song they uploaded was some form of objectionable and actionable extremism. It's not fucking cool. But this is what moderation has looked like on social media and content platforms for a long time. No human oversight, no direct responsibility, no basic credibility. It's really ineffective, especially when you consider how much hate speech actually gets to stay up completely unmoderated, or on some platforms is outright promoted. If you know me, you know I think context is one of the most important things in media. Nothing happens in a bubble. Words have meaning, and content has no meaning without context. But the bots moderating all this content aren't capable of context. Their algorithms, piles of data that recognize images and sounds, but are incapable of understanding the meaning of any of it. An automated system looking for Nazi propaganda recognizes Third Reich as a keyword associated with Nazis, and that's where its recognition ends, capable only of basic association. You can't even say it assumes that any use of Third Reich is Nazi content, because an assumption requires some level of independent thought. I've been plagued by the contextless programs and their sub-assumptions for as long as I've been making videos, and the situation has never improved. The only learning these machines do involves learning more keywords to cast a wider net and trap more content. You can tell when the bots have been updated because you get content you uploaded like 5 years ago flagged for some new bit of bullshit, but the ability to tell a violation from a non-violation just hasn't improved, hasn't gotten better. It's just as easy to exploit as it ever was, just as open to fraudulent claims as it ever was. As we've seen from the amount of videos of mine that get flagged as inappropriate and age-gated to suppress them because I upset a bunch of precious eggshell nerdsies. Do you remember when Gilson B. Pontus slapped multiple videos with takedown claims? And no matter how many times I successfully fought those claims off, he was free to make as many as he liked. YouTube had nothing in place to stop him using their platform for fraud time and time again. YouTube didn't care what he was doing wrong, and YouTube's moderation lacked the context to tell right from wrong. There's no real oversight, no real decision making, and no real consequence for anybody abusing systems that are as easy to abuse today as they were when they were first implemented. Now these truly vacuous algorithms have been given the name AI and pushed as the hot new thing. But rest assured, what tech bros are calling artificial intelligence is literally no different than SoundCloud's joke of a moderation system. A lot of the tech being branded as new AI is fucking ancient, clunking shit that hasn't evolved in any way, shape or form. It's like a TERF's vocabulary. How convenient for me it is that Funko's use of AI was exposed as the exact same joke just a week ago. AI, such as it is called these days, is being used by major companies to protect their brands against so-called copyright infringement, right? Which to me seems like you've fed a fox full of chickens and then you're using it to guard a henhouse from other foxes. There is a special hypocrisy there that AI, which is itself plagiarism laundering, which has trawled to the internet to build an algorithm out of other people's content, is then being used by companies that have the fucking temerity to police other people's content. I think that's a very fair point. I think that's an excellent point, one that I should get at least a little trophy for, and I think that should be repeated ad nauseum in the AI debate. Because fuck you, my own work has been plagiarised by AI algorithms. It's been plagiarised to fill the databases that they use. And then I get fucking copyright bots slapping my work.
Oh
with
my God.
takedowns or putting ads on them. Fuck you!
Yeah.
You absolute monster.
Yeah, I can't even imagine that kind of terramorphs at the spaceport. You guys gonna do anything or... What do we do? Do I leave? Can you contain these things? I'll just kill it. I'll do it. I'm better than any of these fucking things. I have 5 dudes. Let me do it. We're gonna fuck shit up. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. Why did you design this so badly? Why do I have to take the net? Shouldn't I just, like, fly there or whatever? This elevator goes to the NAT station. That's awesome. Oh, cool, it does. The hell are you doing? You're a cop and you're cowering like a pussy. What the fuck's going on? She's scared. What? Oh, oops. Modified Equinox. Wait, what? Okay, equip the EM weapon. EM weapon? Modify Equinox. Can I do that or whatever? Modified Equinox. Oops. Oh, I do have to equip that weapon. God damn it, I have so many weapons. Why did you do this to me? Modified Equinox. But I don't see a modified Equinox. Is it that? Oh, good. Incap the attackers. I don't really see how that's useful. Oh. So, like, if it's a human target, this just knocks them down so you can just waste them. Okay, I guess that is good. So, yeah, we'll just use this as a stun gun, I guess.
Speaking of which,
Yeah, like, fuck you. You like, so if my stuff were to be used by a AI, if I go 50 years and AI uses me, and then I get flagged for content, that's insane.
there's something particularly twisted about a platform full of creative and imaginative work being taken down by, of all things, Funko. That's what happened last week, however, when Funko had itch.io removed entirely from the internet in a situation that demonstrated beautifully how so-called AI-powered systems lack the decision-making ability required to make the decisions they've been given the ability to make. And yes, it showed how the AI fad is nothing more than a rebrand of existing old-fashioned technology that has not been improved in any way over the past 10 bloody years. It is literally the same shit I've been complaining about is happening on this accursed website since I started uploading this show here in 2014. The same I've just been through with SoundCloud. Itch, or Itch.io, or itch.io, who the fuck even knows, is a site that hosts tons of independent games, many of which have a pay-what-you-want model, which is certainly the kind of model we approve of round here. It's a valuable space for indie developers, a place with more breathing room than Steam, and there really is some great fucking stuff on there. From excellent PSX-style horror games to some truly bizarre works of art and experimental content, I recommend y'all give it a browse if you haven't before. By contrast, Funko makes Funko Pops, those insipid little figures that reflect the current state of entertainment media by reducing distinct characters to little more than a derivative branded product that strips away all but the most shallow elements. A line of plastic tat so generic, so watered down that you wouldn't even know who half the characters were if their names weren't on the box.
What's wrong with Funko Pop?
Mannequins that you drape.
Funko Pops are for kids. I've never commented on any video ever.
Costumes on, which is exactly how media company executives see them. It's no wonder there's a Funko Pop for pretty much everything, because to so-called intellectual property rights holders, Funko Pops represent their dream. Creative artworks stripped of all meaning and all crushed into the exact same fucking box. So, out of the blue, Itch announced on social media that the fine fuckfaces at Funko had done the domain equivalent of a YouTube copyright takedown strike, using the exact same kind of bot-based precision we're used to. I kid you not, stated Itch's post. Itch.io has been taken down by Funko of Funko Pop because they use some trash AI-powered brand protection software called Brand Shield that created some bogus phishing report to our registrar I Want My Name, who ignored our response and just disabled the domain. Brand Shield is a hilarious fucking name for a number of reasons, not least for the fact that a shield is protective and preventative. This is a brand club. It's intended quite clearly to attack and do so inelegantly. Actually, it'd be more comparable to a brand blunderbuss, with blunder being the operative fucking part of the word.
Yeah,
it's
blunderbuss.
indiscriminate, as evidenced by just how much the thing shot first and
I
didn't
like
even
the
bother to
blunderbuss.
ask questions later. The fact I Want My Name disabled the domain without asking questions also is a little fucking alarming and speaks volumes about the presumed authority of major corporations. Again, like we've seen in over 10 years of companies protecting their brands, the claimants are constantly given free rein to make whatever
did
bloody
go somewhere
claims
with
they
it.
like, no matter
Or,
how
I'm sorry, they
spurious.
went
Brand
somewhere with it.
Shield's AI behaved like the bots that have trawled YouTube for years, which speaks volumes, I feel, about how little development has actually gone into the shitty algorithms that power this snake oil. Over a decade of algorithms being used to fight alleged infringement, and it's still a complete scattergun that's just as inaccurate, just as reckless, just as fucking pathetic as it's always been. The tech bros pushing this shit simply don't care about the collateral damage caused by cheap and lazy bots masquerading as artificially intelligent brand protection. It's not like they get caught by the splash damage. They're happy to let the scatterguns shoot, and if they're proven wrong to a loud enough degree, they can fix it later at their discretion. This is what Funko did after Brand Shield's reckless nonsense generated enough public heat. At Funko, we hold a deep respect and appreciation for indie games, indie gamers, and indie developers, said Funko with all the believable sincerity of Billy Sarcastic, Suffolk's most sarcastic boy. We're fans of fans. Oh, that just made my skin crawl. And we love the creativity and passion that define the indie gaming community. Recently, one of our brand protection partners identified a page on Itch imitating the Funko Fusion development website. Just a picture of a poo. A takedown request was issued to address this specific page. Funko did not request a takedown of the Itch platform, and we're happy the site was back up by this morning. We have reached out to Itch to engage with them on the issue, and we deeply appreciate the understanding of the gaming community as the details are determined. Thank you for sharing in our passion for creativity. So Funko's sort of minimised what's gone on here. They've not really addressed why the entire website went down. Though, as Jimquisition subtitler Laura Kate Dale pointed out to me, there is every possibility that an innocent DMCA takedown was issued and the domain overreacted and pulled the whole thing. And considering that Itch did try to straighten this out and I Want My Name didn't fucking listen, there's definitely some blame to go around. I do have to wonder though, how automated I Want My Name system is. I don't know how the situation could get this stupid if there was any human oversight. That is the situation on plenty of platforms now. It's bots telling other bots that someone did something wrong, and that accusation being taken at face value because context is fucking dead. The whole situation reeks of what I described earlier, the same unwieldy, contextless, oversight-deprived scattergun that has characterised online content policing for so long. You'll notice Funko didn't say anything about Brand Shield in its little statement either, because it knows. This all highlights what a fucking grift AI truly is. Nothing approaching a single shred of intelligence goes anywhere near these processes until the incompetent results
I'm
cause
sorry,
a
but these
hassle
mobs
and a human
suck.
is begrudgingly brought in to fix it. Oh, you'll also notice
Like,
that
this is
Funko
a normal
didn't say
weapon.
Sorry. Lots of cruelly drivel about
And this is highest
appreciation
difficulty.
and love, as if
And it was
corpos
bullet
have ever
spongy,
been
but it wasn't,
capable of feeling
like,
either.
strong
But
or
sorry really
it
does
didn't
seem
even
to be the
attack.
hardest word for these clowns.
Only the clown is impressed. The audience sees through everything that's happening.
They'll thank you for your understanding every time, but they won't thank you for your forgiveness because they don't seek it. In all my years of being fucked over by algorithmic ineptitude, the first time I've ever seen the word apologise anywhere near a retraction was in that email from SoundCloud. And after accusing me of being a terrorist, that's about the least they could have done. Good fucking lord, though. Tech industry scam artists are expecting AI to be able to write entire movies now, when it can't even tell the difference between a movie title and Nazi terrorism. Pretty much says it all about the level of respect they have for any of the shit their shenanigans are ruining. Funko Fusion is a shit game.
Hey, what did that bag say? It was like... Aborg shouldn't... Trash girl. The gays can do whatever they want. Wow. I mean, it is true. I actually really like that. That's true. It is true.
It is sick that AI is being used to protect the copyrighted material, to protect the intellectual property of the very same corporations who are using those AIs built from stolen data, from stolen work, from laundered plagiarism. Thank God for me, but
It was a
Jesus
good video.
Christ.
I liked it.
How...
Oh. Oh.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and welcome to another Virus Investigations, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if I got a big
Where is
smile
this
on my
list
face,
that we're
it's because
watching?
I have infected myself with a little
What?
Linux bootkit malware. Now, you might be like, whoa, what does that mean?
No, I don't care about this.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. It is Monday, December 16th. We have a lot to talk about, but first, I'm very excited to announce our infamous end-of-year blowout, our mystery box sale. It is live right now over at beautifulbastard.com. But it's that time of the year where I want to completely empty the warehouse in preparation for next year, because, I'd rather lose money to you based off of huge savings rather than just paying a storage company crazy fees. So what that means is if you go to beautifulbastard.com right now, the savings start with 3 mystery boxes. Mystery tee box, which has shirts that were up to $45, now only $20. The long sleeve box, where things that were priced around $65 are now $25. And the premium hoodie box, where things were typically $80-ish, they're now just $35. All you gotta do is pick size and quantity. And then in addition to that, there are discounts site-wide that include 30% off the best damn blanks in the business with our core gear, as well as things up to 80% off. So I implore you, rip me off. Get yourself as many goodies as you want, because these are the biggest savings you'll ever get. And honestly, it's been a year. Next year's gonna be a year. Treat yourself. But with that said, there's a lot of
Treat
news
yourself,
we gotta talk about today, so let's just
2024.
jump back into it. Starting with, we need to
Treat
talk about
yourself.
DroneGate, right?
Treat yourself. Ooh, Black Myth Boss exposes Game Awards, argues Game of the Year. Oh yeah, hey, cool, that'll be good. Cue this too. Yeah, and we'll do the Pyrocynical. I like Pyrocynical. I think he's one of the best guys on the. At least right now, I think he's one of the best guys on Elite Dangerous is celebrating 10 years. Let's watch that. Let's see what they say. And, yeah, seems cool. There's my shit. Every secret CIA prison mapped, which is actually really insane, Johnny. I can't believe you did that. We haven't watched that yet. Let's watch that. I don't know if I'm going to be on that late. I don't think. I don't even know if I'm going to make it through all of these. I'm going to just leave it now. Fuck it.
All the arrests, the conspiracies, the calls for action, all the updates, because there have been a ton of them. And as we talked about last week, reportedly there have been a ton of unidentified drones spotted at night flying all over New Jersey as well as surrounding areas.
This happened when there was the storm too, the hurricane. Oh, I forget the name of the hurricane. Helene, right? During Hurricane Helene, there was a bunch of fucking drone flights seen all around those states near the coast and stuff. And it was insane. And there was unmarked helicopters and unmarked drones, and we don't know what the fuck's going on. Maybe it was some other country's drones. We don't actually know what those drones were. We don't know. One of the things that's funny about drones is it's not like they're people and they have like hair and pubic hair and shit like this. It's a fucking drone. They all look the same. They're like the most same looking things that there is. How the fuck are you going to identify a drone? How is anybody going to identify any drone? They can't. What the fuck honestly, what can they do? They can't identify a drone. They can't identify a drone. They honestly can't. Nobody can identify drones. So honestly, what else could it possibly be than like other countries? Really, it's like I don't see what's stopping other countries. We probably do it too. We're probably the people who taught the world to do it. We probably send drones to other countries all the fucking time, I bet. And and what can they do? They can't prove it's like some unarmed military craft or anything like that. They can't prove where the drone came from. They can't, if they shoot the drone down, I suppose you have a drone. I don't know. Maybe you could trace back to like China or something like that, I guess. But I mean, what's that mean? All the drones are from China, probably. It's kind of insane. It's like, what does that mean? It doesn't really mean anything. All the drones are bought from China. So it's like, I don't really know. I don't know how you could really, emergency, this is not a drill. Execute safety protocols immediately. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. Oh, thank God. Did you turn off the buzzer? Yeah, I don't like sirens. Please don't do sirens. It's a video game fuck up. I hate sirens. I want to do a video on my channel called I Hate Video Game Sirens. Oh no! Oh no, are you mad at me? Wait, here, talk. Bounty, you see, no, oh, wait, load. Just load. How far back is that? Yeah, do that, just do that. Fuck. Well, I mean, I killed everything, it's fine, it doesn't matter. I don't need to worry. Man, I'm level 36 now, that's pretty good. Alright, let's go do stupid lore. Hurry up, you. I like that I have this lore, and if I ever had like kids, I would turn on the voices or whatever. But I'm solo. I'm single. I don't want to waste my time listening to these fucking people. I really don't. I don't want to worry about what they're saying. I don't fucking care. I just want to go kill things. I'm just gonna be honest about it. They made it do that, so I'm going to. It's not to say that I don't want the lore there. I'm just saying that's not why I came. I came to shoot things. People make fun of Bethesda combat, but I think Bethesda combat's fun. It's just got issues. Usually it's 2 bullet spongy and 1 shotty. Blah, 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Are we done? Oh, thank God, 15,000 credits. That's just an ungodly amount of money for no reason. Okay, fine. Thank you. Oh, this is the DLC, I think. Oh, wait, no, this is the UC. No, this isn't. Yeah, this is just the UC. This is like the Fighters Guild, basically. Acquire the Freestar Collective archival code. Okay, where? Like, I mean, I don't care, frankly. Yeah, take me there. Wait, what? Why are we back in Jemison? Oh, you're not taking me somewhere like far away? God damn it. Oh, I gotta turn up the FPS. No, Starfield is lagging Final Fantasy because it's like doing buku graphics. That does look good. It looks really good. Like the building and the cool eagle with the star and the cool sign, Freestar Collective Embassy, and it's all picturesque and really beautiful video game art and stuff. I like it. Yeah, the water is pretty cool. It's a nice time of day. So like this place, you know, I worked in a 5-star hotel and it was like this. It was exactly like this. It had stuff like this. It was exactly like this. They do stuff like this in fancy business parks and hotel stuff and commercial stuff. And yeah, it's beautiful. The water comes right into the building. It kind of stinks a little bit, but it's, you know, it's still really cool that the water's there. It's really beautiful. And it's like, you know, filled with fish and stuff. It's beautiful. I'm getting tired. I already did an 11-hour day before I started this shift and shit. So now I'm getting towards bedtime. Probably about the next 2-3 hours, something like that. I don't know. I like your shotgun, but I don't know. I don't think any guns look like that. It looks like a Lego weapon. It's so dumb. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to listen to PDF.
Of Pennsylvania and New York. But we really don't know anything about where these alleged drones are coming from and what they're doing, despite widespread public outcry and demands for answers from state and local leaders. And this, as it's been reported, that most of the drones seen in New Jersey, they seem to be much larger than what's typically available to hobbyists. Now with that, federal, state, and military officials have repeatedly said that the drones do not pose a threat to safety or security, and they're not believed to be coming from a foreign actor. But then they also haven't been able to provide any answers. And since we last talked about it, the mystery's just deepened even more, with drone sightings expanding now to other states. Now, according to reports, sightings being reported in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Virginia, California, and Ohio. And with that, there have been some notable disruptions and incidents, like, for example, Stewart Airfield north of New York City was forced to temporarily shut down its runways for about an hour last week due to drone activity. And this, as an Air Force base in Ohio, also closed off its airspace for several hours for the same reason. Then beyond that, 2 suspects were also arrested for hazardous drone operation near Logan Airport in Boston, and a Chinese citizen was placed under arrest for allegedly flying a drone and taking pictures of a Space Force base in California. Though I will say, Very notably here, police have not given any indication that either of these arrests are connected to any of the drone sightings around the country. And again, top officials maintain that there is no evidence that the broader DroneGate situation is the result of a foreign actor. And to that point, one thing I want to make very clear is that we do not know how or even if any of these events are tied together. Currently, there's no definitive way to say if the sightings in Ohio are connected to what's happening in New Jersey, especially as the drone activity that we've seen in Jersey is still seeming to happen at a scale and level of coordination that's not been seen in other places, which is also why we had officials from the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and White House all giving press briefings specifically addressing the situation in New Jersey. And with these, we've seen those officials saying that they have determined that the vast majority of the drone sightings, they're actually manned aircraft like helicopters and planes that are being operated legally. And this is an FBI official said that the agency created a national tip line to report the drone. But they are saying of the 5,000 tips they've received, less than 100 leads have been generated and deemed worthy of further investigative activity. This is again, the officials reiterated that they have found no indication of criminal activity, foreign interference, malicious intent, or a threat to safety and national security. Though, that said, you did have some New Jersey lawmakers pushing back against the claim by federal officials that most of the drones are actually manned aircraft, arguing instead that's not what they were told in briefings, or just saying that they don't believe those statements based on what they personally witnessed or heard about in their state. But then also, at the same time, we saw Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey actually walking back a video that he shared on X showing what appeared to be a cluster of drones flying near a reservoir in the state, with him there openly acknowledging that after further analysis, he determined that the crafts were almost certainly planes. And then also touching on this, you had Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas going on ABC News yesterday to say,
there's no question that people are seeing drones. Some of those drone sightings are in fact drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones. And we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted. Let me set the record straight here, George. There are thousands of drones flown every day in the United States. Recreational drones, commercial drones. That is the reality. And in September of 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, changed the rules so that drones could fly at night. And that may be one of the reasons why now people are seeing more drones than they did before, especially from dawn to dusk.
With Mayorkas then going on to say that Congress needs to expand the ability of federal, state, and local authorities to crack down on drones. Though on that note, we have seen some significant efforts here. Right? Mayorkas and other federal officials have consistently said they're channeling considerable resources, personnel, and technology to address the situation. And just yesterday, New York Governor Kathy Hochul announced that federal officials are sending a drone detection system to her state. Though she also echoed Mayorkas' call for Congress to give state governments more power to deal directly with drones, an idea that's been backed by other lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, with some, including President-elect Donald Trump, also arguing that relevant authorities should be given the ability to shoot the drones down. So for now, we're gonna have to wait to see if any of that happens, as well as if we ever get any real clarity here. But in the meantime, right, the general air of mystery around DroneGate has just created a lot of space for conspiracy theories to flourish. With this, including one unverified theory that took over the weekend after being amplified by Joe Rogan. And that, in large part, coming from a now viral TikTok posted by a man by the name of John Ferguson, who's the CEO of a remote aircraft system company in Kansas. And in this 9-minute long video, Ferguson said that he believed that the drones are being used to detect a gas leak or radioactive material, with him arguing that they wouldn't be flying so low and at night unless they were trying to smell something. With Ferguson launching into what's been described by some as a rambling and confusing explanation where he seemed to be heavily implying that the drones are being used to track down a nuke that went missing when President Reagan shut down the nuclear program with Russia, and claiming that an unnamed source told him that he had alerted the government about a nuclear warhead from Ukraine that was, quote, heading towards the United States. And then, seemingly implying that he thinks the Biden administration ignored that warning because it wants to go to war with Russia, and adding,
this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead. None of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone.
And so then with all that, you had Rogan retweeting that video and writing, "This is the first video about these drones that has got me genuinely concerned." But this also is we've now seen a ton of people pushing back at Ferguson's claims, arguing that they are totally unverified and saying that there is no evidence. This is just pure speculation. But with all this, you had Rogan casting doubt on the claims by top government officials that most of the drones are actually legally operated manned aircraft, with them arguing that those claims are sus, and then adding, "I want to believe it's Adderalled up incels holed up in a basement fucking with the man more than I want it to be aliens." But ultimately, this is where we currently are. It's a very frustrating situation of not knowing what the fuck is actually going on. And all this open space of not knowing the mystery and the secrecy, it just opens up the situation for misinformation to flourish. For conspiracies ranging from comical to possible to just blow up. But of course, know that while we wait to get more definitive information, we're going to keep an eye on this and keep you updated. But then let's talk updates around Luigi Mangione, right? The suspect accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Starting with the question of how soon is too soon for a documentary? And well, as it turns out, in the least shocking news ever, there's one already reportedly in the works. With this one coming from anonymous content and Jigsaw Productions, and it will follow the shooting as well as the response and general outrage against the healthcare system. And while reports haven't said what the timeline for the production and release would be, we're gonna have to see how this plays out alongside.
My computer froze?
Luigi's case, which regarding that case, we got some major updates over the weekend, with among other things, reports saying that Luigi has retained a high-profile attorney to represent him in New York, where he's facing a murder charge, with that lawyer notably being Karen Friedman Agnifilo, who worked as the chief assistant district attorney in Manhattan for 7 years, but now has a private practice. And well, as of right now, she hasn't given any statements about the case. You had one source telling CNN that she has, quote, as much experience as any human being, especially in the state court. And this is Thomas Dickey is still representing Luigi in Pennsylvania and has continued to indicate Luigi will not plead guilty to the counts that he's facing there, as well as the murder charge in New York. Though of course, things could change, right? He also previously said that Luigi would contest his extradition to New York, but that might be changing. With us now seeing the Manhattan DA saying that he's seen indications that Luigi might waive his right to fight it, but we're not going to know for sure until tomorrow. We've also now gotten some more insight into how Luigi may have been identified, with the FBI now saying that investigators actually received a tip from San Francisco police identifying him as a potential suspect. Also, his family had previously reported Luigi missing in San Francisco, and reports say that after getting this tip, the NYPD reached out to his mother, and she said that the images shared on the potential suspect could be her son. Though currently, we don't know when that tip came in or how crucial it was in his eventual arrest. But all of this is arguably the biggest update related to this story actually has nothing to do with Luigi or his case. Instead, it has to do with a major report about United Healthcare. Right, and that because ProPublica published an investigation alleging that the company is strategically restricting and denying care for kids with autism, with the outlet reporting they obtained the company's playbook on this, which is developed by the subsidiary Optum, which manages mental health benefits at United. With specifically the article saying in internal reports, the company acknowledges that the therapy called applied behavior analysis is the evidence-based gold standard treatment for those with medically necessary needs. But then adding that the company's costs have climbed as the number of children diagnosed with autism has ballooned. And so Optum is pursuing market-specific action plans to limit children's access to the treatment. Within the documents reportedly showing that Optum is aware that there are very long wait lists for this therapy, but they still aim to prevent new providers from joining the network and getting rid of existing ones, which means that impacted families would have to try to find a new provider, which is incredibly hard, or pay tens of thousands of dollars for this therapy. And according to ProPublica, the company is also questioning the medical necessity of the therapy for some patients, which could lead to coverage denials. And reportedly, these strategies would specifically impact kids covered through state-contracted Medicaid plans, which United runs in about 24 states, impacting 10,000 children with autism spectrum disorder. But then is also seeing ProPublica speaking to a number of people outraged by all this.
I had to relaunch the video because I forgot that my my YouTube is so I'm just closing tabs.
Of thousands of dollars for this therapy. And according to ProPublica, the company is also questioning the medical necessity of the therapy for some patients, which could lead to coverage denials. And reportedly, these strategies would specifically impact kids covered through state-contracted Medicaid plans, which United runs in about 24 states, impacting 10,000 children with autism spectrum disorder. But then is also seeing ProPublica speaking to a number of people outraged by all this, with some of them even questioning the legality of it, as there are federal laws requiring insurers to provide equal access to mental and physical care. With, for example, the founder of the Autism Legal Resource Center saying, yes, this therapy therapy can be expensive, but solving the problem by denying kids access to medically necessary care is a terrible solution. And this is Karen Fessel, the founder of the Mental Health and Autism Insurance Project, also said that this strategy is unconscionable and immoral, and adding, they're denying access to treatment and shrinking a network at a time when they clearly know that there is an urgent need. We also saw ProPublica speaking to a mother whose son has autism and is impacted by this, with us learning that her son was 3 when he was diagnosed, and prior to that, she wondered if he would ever speak, and she couldn't take him out in public because he would just frequently scream out of frustration. But then, saying after 2 years in therapy, he could start saying a few small words, and saying that by the time that he was 7, his tantrums grew less frequent and his mom could take him to the grocery store. But then also saying in periods where he had less hours of therapy, his progress regressed dramatically. And so his therapists have concluded that he needed his time increased to 33 hours a week to progress, but Optum said that it wouldn't cover those full hours, arguing instead her son hadn't shown enough progress after being in therapy for so long. But this then also notably, as experts say, that denying full hours for that reason, it makes no sense. Or with them explaining that it's not like autism is an injury that fully recovers with enough time, and this therapy can be medically necessary for a long time just to maintain skills or prevent regression. Also, with this reporting, I do think that a key thing to mention is that ProPublica reportedly started this investigation well before United Healthcare CEO was shot. This does not seem like an attempt to pile on or incite. Reportedly, they reached out to the company a month ago for the comment, and as of 11 days ago, the company still didn't respond to its questions, with them eventually then citing the killing of Brian Thompson as the reason why. Though obviously, with that, I will say this reporting is coming as people have been calling out issues with the healthcare industry, often with United specifically. And actually, with all that, we saw the CEO of United Health Group, which is the parent company of United Healthcare, trying to address this on Friday by writing an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "The Healthcare System is Flawed, Let's Fix It." That op-ed specifically focusing on Brian Thompson at some point, saying that he was always focused on helping people and fixing the system. Adding there, the ideas he advocated were aimed at making healthcare more affordable, more transparent, more intuitive, more compassionate, and more human. Saying the company is aware that the health system does not work as it should, but is, quote, willing to partner with anyone to find ways to deliver high quality care and lower costs. So I will say that op-ed really did not land well, with the Times actually having to turn off comments after people lashed out, or with many just not buying that this company wants to actually help anyone and pointing to their own horror stories. And so just generally speaking, this outrage that we've seen at the industry over the last 2 weeks or so, it doesn't appear to be going anywhere, at least for the time being, and as far as what it will evolve or devolve into, that remains to be seen at this point. But then, taking a quick break from the news, holiday season chaos? Yeah, I'm right there with you. Between endless parties, traveling, and cookie-filled buffets, staying on track feels almost impossible. But honestly, I've been keeping it together better than I thought, and a lot of it is thanks to today's sponsor, Trainwell. Because here's the deal, right? Whether I'm traveling, swamped with holiday events, or I'm just trying to stay consistent, Trainwell makes it work for me. My trainer customizes my workouts and puts them right in the app so they fit in seamlessly into my schedule, not the other way around. Whether you prefer the gym, home workouts, you travel a lot, Trainwell has you covered. I mean, it's crazy to think about, but so much of this started with an onboarding call that I took in the lobby of some movie theater. And I love that I recorded that, and I also have like photos and videos where I can see where I started and check out the progress that I've made through my workouts. I mean, the running and the push-ups, they have come a long way, especially as my trainer makes tweaks to match whichever new goal I've set for myself. Which, I think people can see, and also more importantly, I can feel. And that was a big thing, right? Because early on, I felt stronger and healthier, which helped me to keep going. I personally found without that guidance, it's so easy to overdo it or underdo it. And with this, the first step's easy. You just start with an onboarding call, you connect with your trainer, and they may customize workouts tailored to your needs. So just click the link in the description to take the quiz to find your perfect trainer and get 14 days of training free. Trainwell helped me, and I think they can help you too. And then we need to take a minute to talk about the polio vaccine. And sorry that I'm laughing. I feel it feels a little bit crazy that we're touching on this because there are very few public health interventions as safe, as effective, and as historically uncontroversial as the polio vaccine. Because by the 1950s, polio killed or paralyzed more than 500,000 people worldwide every year. Not total, every year. But then luckily, big brain scientists invented 2 vaccines that the entire world took over the next several decades, leading to a world today where polio has been virtually eradicated from the earth. In fact, it's such a textbook case of a vaccine working that even Donald Trump couldn't help but praise it last week.
Polio vaccine is the greatest thing. If somebody told me get rid of the polio vaccine, they're gonna have to work real hard to convince me.
Yet with that, you have the New York Times now reporting that RFK Jr., right, Trump's pick to head the Department of Health and Human Services, is working with a man who wants to pull the polio shot off the market. Right, and there, they're talking about Aaron Siri, who served as RFK's personal lawyer during his presidential bid and is currently helping him pick officials for the new administration. administration. Something that people are
Ooh,
worried about
I
because
like
he
it.
petitioned the FDA to revoke its approval for the polio vaccine in 2022.
Cool, I love
I'm
this
doing this
guy.
on behalf of the Informed Consent Action Network, which has been described as an anti-vaxxer, with them arguing there that there needs to be a, quote, properly controlled and properly powered double-blind trial of sufficient duration to assess the safety of the vaccine. Though to be clear here, there is no evidence that the polio vaccine is unsafe or that it causes
I love this
autism,
guy.
and it's been rigorously studied both in and out of the lab. And according to the CDC, no serious adverse events related to the inactivated polio vaccine have ever been documented. Also, as far as Siri's demand that we need a properly controlled double-blind trial, we've seen experts pushing back there saying there is a reason we don't give placebos for diseases like polio. Namely, here that you'd have to deliberately infect healthy people with an incurable
The Mag
virus that's
Sniper's
not widely
worthless.
circulating and risk killing or paralyzing them for the rest of their lives. Which is why, obviously, under the current administration, the FDA is almost certainly not going to take Siri's petition very seriously. But you have people saying that if Trump gets RFK Jr. confirmed at the HHS, he can intervene in the FDA's petition review process, which is still ongoing. And this notably, as polio is not the only one that his lawyer's gone after. Or at the Times reporting that Siri's actually petitioned the government to pause the distribution of 13 other vaccines. And so with that, you then have people pointing back to that same Meet the Press interview where Trump praised the polio vaccine because he then also said this.
Do you want to see childhood vaccines eliminated?
If they're dangerous for the children. Look,
So possibly?
when you look at some of the problems,
Yeah,
when
if
you
they're
look
dangerous
at
for the children,
what's going
yes.
on with
Yeah.
disease and sickness in our country.
I think what happened to me is because of the autism meds I had when I was a kid, or not autism meds, but like some kind of meds they gave me when I was a kid. they took everything I stole. Oh my god, it's fine.
Country. Something's wrong.
Now, with this whole situation, I will say there are arguments that RFK would have a
something's
difficult
wrong.
time getting already well-established drugs taken off the market. Right? And that, in part, because the FDA would need to outline a new safety concern in writing and give the vaccine's maker a chance to respond. Then they'd hold a hearing and make a decision. And finally, if the company didn't agree
It's
with
8
that
shots,
decision, it
man.
could sue the agency. But even there, right, we're talking about the future. We're speculating, right? This is assuming that RFK also gets confirmed to this post, which at this point isn't necessarily guaranteed. Because we've seen things like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who is a polio survivor himself, coming out in response to the Times reporting and saying, the polio vaccine has saved millions of lives and held out the promise of
McConnell.
eradicating a terrible disease. Going on to say, efforts to undermine public confidence in proven cures are not just uninformed, they're dangerous. And going on to specifically say, anyone seeking the Senate's consent to serve in the incoming administration would do well to steer clear of even the appearance of association with such efforts. Which may in part be why we're now seeing Trump trying to calm some nerves with a statement saying, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen. I saw what happened with the polio. I have friends that were very much affected by that. I have friends from many years ago, and they're still in not such good shape because of it. But hey, for now, who knows what's going to happen? I feel like anything and everything is possible. Though I will say I'm very interested to see what the theater of these confirmation hearings is going to look like, especially because it's a much different dance than actually doing the job you're hoping to get, with arguably the most prominent examples of that being the Supreme Court justices that have been put on the bench in the past decade, saying one thing and doing another. But hey, for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens. But then, President-elect Donald Trump is having himself a very good time, both generally, but also because of the news that ABC News has agreed to a $15 million settlement with him to end a defamation lawsuit. And as
Oh
far
my
as the
God.
details there, it all stems from a March 10th interview that George Stephanopoulos had with Representative Nancy Mace, where he said,
I'm asking you a question about why you endorse someone who's been found liable for rape. Just
It was
answer the
not a
question.
criminal court. This was
It was a civil
It
court
was
that
a
found
civil
him
court,
liable
and
for
by the
rape.
way, she.
And so the problem there is that nowhere in the verdicts against Donald Trump does it mention rape as defined under New York law. Instead, what actually happened is that Trump was found liable for sexually abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll and ordered to pay nearly $90 million across 2 lawsuits. And so because of the fact...
What? I forgot about this. He is a rapist. I forgot all about this. Yeah.
that Donald Trump was only found liable for sexual assault instead of rape, it gave Trump's legal team the opening to go after ABC News after Stephanopoulos' comments. And what we saw is that rather than trying to fight it, ABC News decided to settle. Now, as far as the money, reportedly that's not going to be just going into Trump's pocket. Instead, it'll go to his presidential library, and another $1 million will go to his lawyer. Also, with all this, you had ABC News attaching an editor's note onto the article dating from that time, describing the interview that says, ABC News and George Stephanopoulos regret statements regarding President Donald J. Trump made during an interview by George Stephanopoulos with Representative Nancy Mace on ABC's This Week on March 10th, 2024. And in general, depending on where you went on the internet, very different reactions. Where you had some celebrating the news and some very upset. Or with some saying things like ABC News can fuck all the way off for settling with Trump and paying him $15 million. The judge called it rape. E. Jean Carroll called it rape. Not only did ABC bow down to a fascist, they minimized survivors everywhere. Or with a number of people noting regarding the first thing that while the order didn't find Trump liable for rape, the judge did point out that's because of how narrowly it was defined, and adding that it was rape as, quote, commonly understood. Which is why you had a number of people arguing that they were concerned that the sexual assault versus rape argument was splitting hairs over something without a real-world difference. With others arguing that that alone was possibly enough to defend against the defamation lawsuit. But then I was seeing a number of people saying, this should be concerning because it opens a door, and arguing specifically that it could embolden Trump and his allies to go after the media, which, is something that they very much want to do. Right? Trump has long said that he wants to change libel laws and Supreme Court precedent that makes it very difficult to go after people, especially regarding public figures. And then on top of that, two of Trump's most high-profile nominees for cabinet positions have also issued warnings to journalists, with the seeing Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel being the two most prominent examples of these warnings. And that's also not coming out of nowhere, right? They have a history with defamation lawsuits. In 2021, for example, Patel set up the Kash Patel Legal Offense Trust, which helps finance libel and defamation lawsuits. There are also reports out there saying that he once said that if he was in charge, he'd go after journalists, which Patel claims is a statement that was taken out of context, with him also now saying, I've always said this, I think reporters are invaluable. Like, who else is going to tell the world what's going on in Washington or wherever, right? And then separately, with Hegseth, you have people saying, for example, he was accused of sexual assault back in 2017, which was ultimately ended with a secret settlement, with his lawyers then reportedly claiming she's free to say whatever she wants. But then also his lawyer warning in an interview with CNN this month, if she doesn't tell the truth, if she repeats these false statements, then she will be subject to a defamation lawsuit. But for now, that's where we are with this, and we'll have to wait to see how the landscape changes over the coming days, months, and years. Then, in big international news, we need to talk about Syria again, right? Because as the country's new leaders are working to solidify a new national government in Damascus, the world is still waiting to see exactly what type of government that is. And this is there's also all these moving pieces shifting around the board and making everything more complicated. Like, for example, you now have the Israeli government announcing a multi-million-dollar plan to double the number of Israelis living in the Golan Heights, which is that Syrian territory Israel seized during the 1967 Six-Day War, a territory that is considered illegally occupied under international law. However, notably, Donald Trump made the U.S. the first country in the world to officially recognize Israeli sovereignty over the area during his first term in office, with Israel then unveiling a new settlement by the name of Trump Heights. And with that, there are now roughly 30,000 Israelis spread across dozens of illegal settlements in the Golan Heights already, with them living alongside minority groups who predominantly identify as Syrian. And now, Netanyahu, possibly emboldened by another Trump presidency, is pointing to the chaos in Syria as justification to expand the settlement, saying strengthening the Golan is strengthening the state of Israel, and it is especially important at this time. We will continue to hold on to it, cause it to blossom, and settle in it. Right? Importantly, this is not the only action Israel's been taking in response to the fall of Assad. Right? The Israeli government's been launching airstrikes all across Syria and carried out a ground offensive beyond the occupied Golan Heights and into a previously demilitarized buffer zone, with also here Israel giving no timeline for its departure and only saying that it would stay until its security demands were met, with one senior IDF official claiming there was an enemy country here, its army collapsed, there is a threat that terror elements will come here, and we advance so extreme terror elements won't settle close to the border with us, and adding we are unequivocally intervening only in what determines Israeli citizen security. And with all that, you have Netanyahu claiming that he has no interest in a conflict with Syria, instead saying that Israeli actions in the neighboring country were intended to, quote, thwart the potential threats from Syria and to prevent the takeover of terrorist elements near our border. But there's also, as you have critics saying, rather than thwarting threats, they're actually creating them. With in fact, a former Israeli prime minister telling the BBC he did not see any reason for the country to expand into Golan Heights. And adding, the prime minister said, we are not interested in expanding the confrontation with Syria, and we hope we will not need to fight against the new rebels that are presently taking over Syria. So why do we do precisely the opposite? And then this also, as you have Syria's new de facto leader, for example, saying, Israeli arguments have become weak and no longer justify their recent violation. The Israelis have clearly crossed the lines of engagement in Syria, which poses a threat of unwarranted escalation in the region. Though this notably, as you also had him arguing that diplomatic solutions are the only way to ensure stability. But then adding, Syria's war-weary condition after years of conflict and war does not allow for new confrontations. The priority at this stage is reconstruction and stability, not being drawn into disputes that could lead to further destruction. But with that, his comments really haven't changed what's happening. Israeli airstrikes have continued. In fact, some of the latest news is that Israel's reportedly struck Syria more than 450 times since the collapse of the Assad government. With that, reportedly destroying Syria's navy and dozens of air bases, ammunition depots, and other military equipment, which has then resulted in the UN Secretary General, for example, calling Israel's actions extensive violations of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And so, of course, we're going to have to wait to see what happens, but from there, we then have to turn our attention to another of Syria's neighbors, Turkey, right? And specifically, that's because Turkey is now saying that the new Syrian government agrees that Kurdish military forces in northern Syria need to be destroyed. The big thing there being that these Kurdish troops are a key ally of the United States. And with that said, right, there's been no formal agreement announced about a plan to kick out the Kurds. Instead, you simply have the Turkish defense minister saying, in the new period, the PKK-YPG terror organization will be dissolved sooner or later, and saying both the new administration in Syria and we want this. To be very clear here, right, both Turkey and the United States consider the PKK a terrorist group, right? It's really been the YPG that's been a source of the friction, and that's because Turkey considers the group to just be an extension of the PKK. But the US government, they see it as a separate faction that's actually part of the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, which is the group that's been helping the US fight against ISIS. And with that, since Assad's downfall, Turkish-backed rebels have already attacked the SDF with the help of Turkish airstrikes and artillery fire, with also the head of the SDF's political wing in Washington saying,
Why does this sound like we're about to go to World War again? It's weird. It's fucked up. Like, everybody's fighting each other now. It's so stupid. It might just sort of descend into World War just because everyone's Spyro fighting each other. It's insane. I don't know. I hate it. Fucking governments and their fucking wars. I like this pistol. It's a good pistol.
taking advantage of the crisis in Syria to destabilize the region and seize our land while claiming they are fighting terrorists. But we are not terrorists. We are democratic U.S. allies. But even with all that, it is not clear whether U.S. backing will be enough to prevent further escalation. With, for example, the Kurdish issue reportedly topping the agenda during Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit to Turkey a few days ago. But there, he seemingly didn't make much headway, with the Turkish defense minister saying afterwards, "It is out of the question for the Syrian people or the new administration or us to allow the PKK-YPG terrorist organization to act alone and create space for itself. Our priority is the PKK-YPG terrorist organization's eradication. We express this clearly to our U.S. friends. We expect them to reevaluate their positions." So also, notably with that, there have been signs of American diplomacy having at least some sort of impact. With, for example, the U.S. reportedly helping broker a ceasefire between Kurdish forces and a Turkish-backed rebel group in one city. Also, with that said, we haven't heard much from HTS, the rebel group now leading Syria. Notably, though, the commander of the SDF has announced that the group is seeking direct relations with HTS. We've also had Blinken confirming that the U.S. has made direct contact with the group. And while there, he didn't say what was talked about, this is definitely an issue that'll be discussed. So again, like with a lot of things, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out, though, of course, there are also other things to keep an eye on. There are questions about what Russia's involvement will look like moving forward, whether sanctions will be lifted, and again, of course, whether this new Syrian government will actually be inclusive and democratic. And in fact, the fallout's reached as far as Europe, with recent events reigniting a debate over whether Syrians granted refuge there should be allowed to stay. So a lot of play, a lot that could change, and so we'll have to wait and see. But then finally today, let's talk about that last show with a little commentary. Starting with the fact that a lot of those comments, understandably, were about Lily Phillips and that whole 100 Guys saga. Some of y'all's most liked comments including, "It was Lily's choice, and I'm not anti-porn, but the fact she didn't know that you can get HIV from oral was really concerning. It's important for sex workers of any kind to know how diseases can be transmitted, and the fact that she didn't know or care genuinely does make me worry about all these being self-harming behaviors. In the end, though, she's a grown adult, and while I can worry, it's not my place as an internet stranger to tell her to stop. I hope she's okay." Others adding the Lily Phillips situation had problems that all stemmed from logistics. Her and her team should have spent at least a month not only vetting the participants, but making sure they knew what was expected of them and what they were allowed to do. Honestly, even if it meant they had fewer applicants, they should have signed a contract. And others replying this, like, "I vet a single man I'll meet from the internet, like not vetting 100 is literally insane." And I will say, I did notice a trend of people talking about this being self-harm behavior. With some like Rachel adding, "It is self-harm on a massive public scale. She didn't understand how HIV is spread and I think that's to do with the fact that Gen Z didn't have to grow up during or at the latter end of the AIDS epidemic. I was a child in the 90s, and AIDS was still very much center stage. Education was constantly happening. We come to know how it's spread, how to avoid it, and that you can't catch it by hugging or being around someone. So there, I will at least tentatively push back some. I'd love to see some data on this. Well, it's very easy to fall into, and it's not always inaccurate. I get nervous about painting an entire group with a broad brush like that. You looked at any generation, and there are huge pockets of people that are ignorant about insert whatever thing, but it's very weird that it would be someone that is ignorant about sex things in the sex industry. Also, I will say I hate that we live at a time where it's like you never know if someone is actually stupid or ignorant, or if they're just doing it because they know it's going to generate controversy and clicks. Like, genuinely, there are a number of creators out there that are like, haha, you thought I was a fucking idiot because I was acting like a fucking idiot on purpose. Joke's on you. And you're like, how is the joke on me? You lied. You lied and I took you at your word, so fuck me? What? But it's also not crazy that those people kind of exist, because the ad structures and the pay models out there, they support it. Whether it be because content is ad supported, so whether you like that person or you dislike that person, they're making money because of your view, or, and this to a certain degree does appear to be part of the OnlyFans industry in general, you'll have these OnlyFans creators just hopping on podcasts or getting clipped like crazy to seem stupid or just get blasted by some COD podcast bro. And almost everyone you see is dunking on them, but then also what you don't see behind the scenes is a lot of people then subscribing and paying for that content. Because respect is not a prerequisite or even a driving factor for someone to give over their credit card information for OnlyFans content. And actually, looking through the comments, there were a number of people that, while they didn't fully echo what I said, touched on this phenomenon. With Bruno, for example, saying, I think it speaks more broadly to our approach not just to pornography, but to spectacle and social interactions, which are both greatly influenced by our economic system. Competition, standing out, becoming viral, we've commodified our lives, and this is pushing people to do things we wouldn't normally do to the detriment of their physical and mental health in exchange for exposure and a sense of belonging. But yeah, I think the general final thing that I want to mention on here is, I think like with numerous things that we talk about, I think it's important to not see one instance of something and then go, well, that is representative of everything. Especially in the content creation world, who we end up unfortunately talking about the most are the outliers. Right, in the sex work industry, obviously with this, we were talking about Lily Phillips. It's a fucking crazy what the fuck situation. But that, with what it was, right, doing 100 guys and how it was done, is not representative necessarily of all the other creators out there that are taking the proper steps, that are doing different sorts of things.
Yeah,
And we see that in other content creator fields as well. Like IRL streaming can actually be a kind of fun thing.
Porn stars are usually actually immaculately safe, I believe. Like there's all these laws and stuff that they have to follow. If any of them ever get caught spreading STDs around, there's this, it affects the industry so fucking badly that the people making the porn are all political. And if they find out that you besmirched the porn industry by fucking, like, you know, spreading STDs or that kind of thing, they'll fucking burn you, they'll fucking sue you. There's all this stuff they'll do. So like most sex work and most porn is generally safe. I think they definitely vet everybody that they put in porn usually, I think.
But unfortunately, the people that are generating the most conversation in those spaces are the people out there being assholes on purpose. Like people streaming and crashing on stream, people just harassing others in the street. There was like a whole month where just everyone was getting into fights. Well, definitely not the main thing to be learned or to feel about the situation. It was that was kind of one of the standout things to me. But hey, on that note, that is where your Monday evening, Tuesday morning dive into the news is gonna end. As a friendly reminder, take advantage of me while you can. Go to beautifulbastard.com and grab yourself one or a ton of those mystery boxes, just crazy savings there, and also site-wide. Don't forget to use code HAILSANTA for an additional 20% off on some of the products. It won't work on everything, but it's a fun little add-on for just already crazy discounts. But whether you jump in on that or not, just remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
You know, we're often taught in Hollywood films that the bad guys don't get to win, that there's consequences for your actions, right? But the older you get, the more you realise that simply isn't the case. I've been lucky to do this 12 years now, and in that time I've witnessed YouTube empires rise and fall.
Abroad in Japan, okay. The awful truth about YouTube's biggest influencers.
Hell, I've witnessed my stomach and waistline rise and fall, subsequently rise again, unfortunately. And amidst those 12 years, I can pinpoint the worst moment of my whole career without hesitation, the absolute low point of it all. 6 years ago, on a cold winter's morning, a Japanese news crew turned up to my apartment from the biggest morning news show in the country called Mezamashi Terebi. I'd been contacted because something awful had happened, and I'd been asked to explain why. One of the world's biggest YouTubers at the time had turned up and done some really messed up things, from throwing Pokemon balls at police officers and terrorising the public, to going into a forest and filming something so horrific I can't even explain what it is, because it would instantly have this video blacklisted.
Well, you never stand next to a dead guy?
I was really embarrassed to be associated with this in any way, but as a foreign YouTuber in Japan, I was the closest thing the TV show had to the guy in question, right? And I had to sit and explain to several million people why a foreign YouTuber would so brazenly exploit the dead for views. Not a normal situation, right? Sitting in your apartment, 9 AM, surrounded by cameras, having to explain that. What do you even say? You know? And in a normal world, what that guy did would have been a career-ending move.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
If not that, then perhaps another video he posted just weeks later, tasering dead animals and attempting to give CPR to a koi carp that he'd pulled out of the water.
Lapse in my judgment.
And in the years since, the headlines surrounding this guy have continued to spell bad news. There's not been much in the way of a redemption arc.
Severe lapse in my judgment.
With all that in mind, you can probably imagine my disappointment when Mr. Beast, the world's biggest YouTuber, partnered with this guy, Logan Paul, and endorsed him to an audience of over 300 million subscribers, many of them kids. Now it's an exciting month for Mr. Beast, particularly with the impending launch of the somewhat controversial Amazon TV show, in which he allegedly spent $14 million constructing what appears to be a rainbow-coloured prison camp. Honestly, until this year, I didn't really have any opinions on Mr. Beast. His content isn't really aimed at me. Still, you look at the 300 million subscribers, the 200 million views per video, and it's hard to deny that that is an impressive achievement. And you have to wonder what drives someone to want all that. You know, where does that motivation come from? We're told that it comes from a desire to make the world a better place. It's about inspiring kids and highly publicised charity work. And even a cold-hearted cynic like me wants to think that the person at the top has a noble ambition, you know, that they're guided by something more than just a masked ambition for money, views, power. Maybe he really is a force for good. Oh wait, he just wanted to sell snack boxes to children.
I like my cheese drippy, bro.
Snack boxes that quickly appeared in photos shared online to have practically turned mould into a flavour profile. Yummy, yum, yum, shut up and give it to your kids. It's got an electrolyte in it. He partnered with a guy who not only did all the awful shit that I just listed off, but who recently turned one of the most important moments of his life, his wife's pregnancy, into one big billboard for the aforementioned snack box. At first it was very strange. Like, how could Mr. Beast, a guy who is famed for being a genius, who mastered the algorithm, how could he not calculate that partnering with such a man would be anything other than a shit idea? But perhaps it shouldn't come as a surprise, as this is literally the guy who once made a video saying Logan Paul's name 100,000 times. Several months before Logan Paul himself went into a Japanese forest and
Why did Mr. Beast say Logan Paul 100,000 times? Come on.
Gave the world 100,000 reasons to forget his name. Who knows, saying a name 100,000 times, maybe it does something to you. You know, like a kind of crappy version of Inception. Maybe that's why...
Why did you say Logan Paul's name 100,000 times, Mr. Beast? You're fucking stupid. Say your own name. You're stupid. I'm not ever saying somebody else's fucking name 100,000 times. You're dumb.
Partner with him. Or maybe it was the fact that Logan Paul's Drink Prime is selling hundreds of millions.
It got
of dollars,
response.
and such a partnership was an opportunity simply too good to ignore. Now, until this year, any criticism of Mr. Beast was immediately the subject of much backlash, particularly due to his extensive charity work. You know, philanthropy can be a very powerful defensive mechanism. You know, I still remember a year ago the backlash Jacksepticeye Sean received after he famously said that Mr. Beast was ruining YouTube and that YouTube became more about money than it did about having fun. Agree with it or not, it's not an unreasonable opinion to have, and we're all entitled to have our opinions, right? But like clockwork, Mr. Beast called him out in a now deleted and somewhat childish outburst, saying, "So I ruined YouTube because I didn't buy a mansion and a sports car. I inspired kids to help people." Oh, he says that out loud. And yet literally last month it was revealed He did have a sports car, because he got done for speeding in it, complete with a nice clean-shaven mugshot to match. In an also now-deleted video where he bought a BMW i8, a $100,000 car.
So I guess I'll show you guys the inside.
Which I think fits the definition of a sports car. Allegedly, he drove it 122 miles per hour in a 70 mile per hour zone. And look, granted, he was a young man, he's come a long way since, and we all make mistakes. I myself have got a speeding ticket or two. Not for doing 122 miles per hour, but I don't think my K car could do that speed if I pushed it off a cliff. But that reply of his always stuck with me. Right there, it was the story of how Mr. Beast kind of sees himself. And as somebody who did charity fundraising myself this year, you know, cycling for 2 weeks, raising $1 million, I think it's great that you can use charity as a sort of shield. The next time somebody criticises me or my videos or anything about me, my hair, I could be like, fuck you, I cycled on a bicycle for 2 weeks, I raised $1 million for charity, I inspired kids. Oh, he says that out loud. Now, a few weeks ago, I had a rant about this on a stream after I drank a little bit too much caffeine. And now people have heard the story of how I became Logan Paul's PR man. Hopefully people understand why I had that rant, both here and there. It sort of went viral online on YouTube and Twitter and a few places. And it was quite interesting seeing the response. I also felt quite exposed because, you know, it's easier just to say nothing on these sort of matters. Keep your head down, like most people. Even doing this video now, very stupid of me, this video will open myself up to more scrutiny than I would have otherwise had. I had a few people sort of distance themselves from me, which is fair enough. He's a powerful guy, old Mr. Beast, and entire companies are built around him. You know, people don't want to burn that bridge. I also witnessed some comments saying the Logan Paul thing was 6 years ago, the Forest incident, it's in the past, we have to forgive, we have to forget, time to move on. And I agree, if somebody shows remorse for their actions and learns from it and moves on, then he should be able to forgive them, even for something perhaps as bad as all the stuff he did in Japan. But type Logan Paul's name in online and the headlines aren't exactly a source of inspiration. It's never too late to turn it round, of course. Last year I made a video on two influencers who were kind of the spiritual successors to Logan Paul, who came to Japan and did some really fucking stupid things. One of them didn't learn from his errors and is now in a South Korean jail. And the other guy, who rode a bullet train without paying, went back home to Cyprus to become a member of parliament in the EU. Yes, it seems Phidias, the man who treated Japanese infrastructure like his personal Disneyland fast pass, is now the Che Guevara of Cyprus. But whether I like it or not, and I definitely don't, this drama crap matters, because when I run into a friend, family, viewer, the first question they always ask is, oh, what do you think about that drama on YouTube? What do you think about Mr. Beast's mouldy lump?
I like my cheese drippy.
What do you think about Hawk Tour coins? What did you think of Logan Paul's brother fighting a crippled pensioner and acting like it was somehow a victory for the ages? The influences we see, the drama that unfolds, it all matters because that is how people perceive YouTube in the modern era. And this week's most notable controversy is a good example of that, with Hawk Tour Girl selling her audience an incredible new cryptocurrency that hit a market cap of $500 million and which crashed shortly thereafter, losing 95% of its value and leaving thousands of her viewers out of pocket. What makes it crazy is how she condensed the 5-year lifespan of a modern influencer into just like 2 or 3 months. Step 1, have a viral moment. Step 2, have a podcast. Step 3, unleash a cryptocurrency, which quickly goes wrong. And you know, it can be easy to mock the people that bought the coins from this cryptocurrency, right? It shouldn't take a Harvard scholar to work out.
But they probably stole Bitcoin to do it. They probably stole Bitcoin and NFTs and sold NFTs to do it. So I don't care if they lost their money.
Masterminding a fucking currency. But the really sad thing is her viewership trusted her. And whatever you think of those viewers, it's kind of sad, really. Now, when my initial rant got picked up on stream a few weeks ago, it was sort of misconstrued. People thought my argument was making money is bad, or making money is bad as an influencer, which simply isn't the case. And if it was the argument I was making, it would be very hypocritical as somebody who's done sponsored segments myself. If I hadn't said yes to a few sponsors, I couldn't have built this epic studio. I couldn't have hired a team to create Japan's largest travel series, Journey Across Japan. We had 63 episodes, and only one of them had a sponsored segment in. Very proud of that. And I couldn't have spent 6 weeks in autumn producing a documentary about a Japanese town that tragically got completely destroyed in an earthquake. please watch the documentary if you see it come up next week on YouTube. It's far
Oh,
more
yeah.
important to me than this. But the argument I hope to make wasn't a controversial one. It's making money with principles matters, and partnering with people that don't mock the dead in a forest matters. And if the people at the top of this platform with unimaginable reach don't have a good moral compass to guide them, then we all lose for it, particularly the next generation growing up watching this, especially if they're raised on a diet of lunch late. My message this Christmas is simple. Choose very carefully who you watch on YouTube, on social media in general, because where your views go really matters. It is an endorsement of that channel, of those people. Obviously don't watch me, I'm too grumpy and I swear too much. I only let my imaginary children watch 2 YouTube channels. Number 1, Captain Disillusion, and number 2, reruns of Tom Scott.
I've like,
Please,
thank you,
Tom,
abroad in
come back.
Japan. I've like
It's
subbed your
been too
channel.
long. And this Christmas, when millions of people sit down to watch Mr. Beast hosting a game show on Amazon with thousands of contestants jumping around carefully choreographed explosions in a field, hoping to be noticed by Senpai, why not put on Home Alone instead? It'll probably be a lot more entertaining, and there's no risk of running into Logan Paul along the way as well. Thanks as always for putting up with me, guys, and as I said, there's some great videos coming out in the next few weeks. Have a good Christmas, and as it is the holiday season, of course, time for me to go and collect my KFC Christmas bucket. See you around.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and welcome to another virus.
Nope.
Yo, what's going on?
Thank you, Cult of Mush. I've liked and subbed your channel. This is called Steam Winter Sale 2024, 6 huge tips to survive.
Guys, Mush back at it with another video, and we are coming up on one of the most exciting times as a PC gamer, and one of the most exciting times I feel like
Christmas.
as just a human. You know, the holidays, even if you don't celebrate Christmas, you know, the festive spirit I always feel like just generates good vibes. But as a PC gamer, obviously, there's a little thing called the Steam Winter Sale that's coming up, and it's an opportunity for you to spend a lot of money. Now, I like to do this video before both of the major Steam sales every year, and it's just some tips to survive. A lot of this is retread, and if you've been watching my channel for a long time, you're already gonna know what's up. But things do change year over year, some little things you learn over time. And obviously, there's always a new audience that checks out these videos, new PC gamers, new subscribers that I've gained, which I'm very appreciative of. The channel's been doing pretty damn well over the last few months, and thank you all for that. But with that being said, there's a lot of tips to go over, so let's get right into this. We've got 6 things to know and 6 tips to survive the Steam Winter Sale 2024. So, right off the bat, you already know. Before you buy any games, sit down for a second, you guys, because I gotta do this as well. Can we all, as a collective force, just take the moment to assess our backlog? Can we look at the games that we already have in our Steam library? Not only in our Steam library, what games do you have on other platforms? What games do you have on the Epic Games Store? Have you claimed those free games? GOG's been crushing it as well. A lot of people getting their Prime free offers. There's a lot of games that we already own. And sure, 90% off deals. I know some of you guys just are going to see Suicide Squad, as trash as that game may be perceived to be.
You know, he brings up, oh yeah, Suicide Squad is like $3.
Oh my god, this game came out back in January and it's $3. I gotta buy it. Like, no, you don't gotta buy it. Assess your backlog. How many games do you really have to play? Because
I wanted to try Suicide Squad because it did look okay, but I don't know.
I guarantee you, for probably 70...
For $3 though? No, because they'll make me sign into their bullshit ass store, and I'm not gonna do that.
80% of the people that watch my videos, they've...
Yeah, is that still $3? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, that's Steam sale, publisher, Bandai Namco. I'm looking for stuff that's for sale, yes. Ooh, Manor Lords is $28 right now. Lord of the Rings Gollum is $5. Okami HD is $5. That's a good game. Sifu 16, Slime Rancher, Mud Runner, Franchise, Pal World. Dude, that sound is really annoying. Stop it. Yeah. Where am I now? Oops. Ew, it's a Kikimora. I better duck up. Aries Mubla. How I didn't die is beyond me. I'm just gonna park out here. Who cares?
Got a backlog where if they played every single...
Yeah, Suicide Squad's still $3. I'll just buy it. I don't care. That's a fucking, like a triple anus game for $3. That's the sort of stuff I want to see them do more of. So honestly, I want to take advantage of the sale just to convince other companies to sell their stuff for that cheap. You know, it is a piece of shit game for $3. I will buy it. Yeah, like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League is now back at $70. Yeah, I didn't think so. Mixed. And now they want $70 for it again. I should have bought it when it was $3. God damn it. No, I know I'm not going to play this game. I know I won't play this game. So it's just dumb to do it. And it's going to be EAC. I absolutely should not have bought it for $3 because it's EAC. I got to remember, I can't buy any of these games if they're EAC. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I can't believe they're making fucking Elden Ring Night Rain. That's a terrible idea. I can't believe you did that. That's what they've been hiding. They've been like not talking, and that's what it was. Yeah, that. And that's just not really okay. I wouldn't say that's really okay. It's not really okay. It's not really okay that they're making Elden Ring Night Rain. Now I'm kind of glad I didn't buy the DLC because it's, you know, EAC. Fucking EAC. So annoying. I wanted to try this Starship Simulator game. Yeah, let's try the Starship Simulator game, I guess. I've done enough Starfield. I think I even like did a bunch of quests and stuff. Yeah, I'm like good on Starfield. I'm gonna log out. Yeah, do I play it on my rig? Yeah, I just played on my rig. Or I don't know. Let's see if I can play this on GeForce Now. Starship Simulator. No. SimRail, the railway simulator. Oh, wow. You can ride the train. $500 of geodetic data-based real routes. Wait, what? No way! I want to buy this. SimRail. SimRail. I didn't know. How much? Let's go see. Take my money. Or, well, it's going to be EAC. I can't. God damn it. $22.74. Cargo pack. Prologue. Oh, SimRail. The Railway Simulator Prologue is free. A freight or passenger train? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, okay. Sold. Play. Maybe I don't need to buy it. I can just... Oh, yeah. How big is it, though? 10 gigs? Yeah. Alright, yeah. Because I'm just going to uninstall when I'm done with it. But yeah, let's go play that. Play the game. Play now. Oh, you have to like download it. SimRail launching, downloading content. Okay. Starting December 7th. Oh yeah, that was you can try the early access. So you probably know from 13.01. Cool. It's a train simulator. Maybe I want to be a train dude or whatever. While you're doing that, oh no, this is gonna take like 5 minutes. It's fine. So what else do? I buy from the vendor. I forgot to. Damn it. Oh, I'm out, huh? Am I out of fire? No, I'm not out of fire. I'm out of copper. Ah, I need to go sell. Eh. Sim Airport. Can I wreck the train? Can I just go full throttle and fire it off? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shift gear up, and I'm just gonna fucking like shift it into fifth gear, and I'm just gonna like let it run, and just take the experience for what it is, and let the train crash into the fucking side of the fucking. I'm definitely probably gonna crash my first train. It sucks, but yeah, I'm definitely not slowing down for a turn at all. I'm definitely going forward. It's gonna be funny. Turn to SimRail, the railway simulator. Wait, can I mark this as owned? I wonder if it'll let me. Here, let's see if it messes up GeForce Now and it lets me play it for some reason. Let's see. I doubt it, but I mean, you never know. Sim Railway, mark as owned. Resync. Yeah, resync. 86 games. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, that's okay. Damn it. SimRail, that was 5 minutes. Yeah, not even. It was like 3. SimRail 2021, the railway simulator, made with Unity. Okay. Is it EAC? It doesn't seem to be triggering EAC, but I can't tell. Train driver, take a seat behind controls of realistically replicated vehicles. Dispatcher, multiplayer, depot, settings, graphics. Let's look at the graphics. Resolution, maximize window, enabled. No, disable the VSync and run it to 122 or whatever. Texture, TAA, Teslization, render distance, traction render distance, buildings render distance, people rendering distance, LOD bias, ambient highest, shadow mode soft, shadow resolution very high, shadow distance, reflections, full SSR, reflection. Ooh, is this game pretty? I bet it is. Because it doesn't have any actions, so just, you know. I don't want menu background volume, environment volume, vigilance, narration. There's no music? Okay. Simulation. Signal visibility enhancement level. Oh. Yeah, like, make it twice as big so I can see it. Yep. Moving outside of the train. WSAD. Pause menus escape. Sprint is... Oh, yeah. So in the full version, you can rebind, but sprint is left shift. Driver safety device, space. Travel direction selector, up, down, arrow. Power control, keypad plus, keypad minus. Pneumatic brake, keypad 9, keypad 3. Pneumatic brake. I'm not gonna be able to do a brake. It's gonna be hilarious. I love it. Oh god. Anyways, I mean, if it's good, I'll just buy it. Fuck it. But yeah, train driver. Now, let's do this one they mentioned about that. One of the most main coal export lines from Upper Silesia, the most industrialized port of Poland. Okay. We're going to Poland, apparently. And I'm riding a Sosnowiec Dandałka. Tried the cargo train, 414,018 on route KWK Stasik Sosnowiec Dandałka, which is Poland. It's mostly just granaries and industrial stuff, commercial stuff, and farms. So let's go see. Let's see what game they've made. I'm hoping that they keep it simple enough for me to not pay attention for a little while, and that it's supposed to be a long form game where you don't really do anything after you start up. I'm hoping it's like that, so I can just look out, like, you know. Pause menus escape, travel directions selector, okay, up and down, power controllers, numpad, speed controller, at least I can do speed controller, okay. Oh, okay.
Welcome to the prologue of SimRail, the railway simulator.
Oh.
You are in the heart of Upper Silesia, located in the south of Poland, the most industrialized part of the country. The core...
This sound is a little loud. I'm gonna drop it to like 50. The effects and stuff, yeah.
Of the power plants in eastern Poland. You will lead it on a section from Staszic coal mine in Katowice to the Sosnowiec Dandówka station. Perform your task carefully and admire the industrial landscape. To enter the locomotive, approach it and click on the doors or press 1 on a keyboard.
Okay. Oh, cool. We're like at a granary and stuff. Yeah, and it's like a huge granary that can dump to trains. So fucking cool. I do like the design. It's fucking awesome. Look how long this train is, too. It's like the entire length of the station. That's a long fucking train, yeah. And it like, at least you walk faster than real life, you know? It would take so long to walk this whole fucking train. This is a multiplayer game, which I don't really understand.
Press on your chair or use the E key to get up. Turn on the battery and activate the driver's seat with a switch on the rear wall of the cabin.
You are, like, hitching. Okay.
Press on your chair or use the E key to get up. Turn on the battery and activate the driver's seat with a switch on the rear wall of the cabin.
You are hitching a lot, and I'm trying to press E or whatever.
Press on your chair or use the E key to get up. Turn on the battery and activate the driver's seat with a switch on the rear wall of the cabin. Use the button or a spacebar on a keyboard to deactivate the CA SHP security system. These systems will regularly check your alertness while driving. To sit on the driver's seat, press on it.
Two back? What does two back mean? Cool. This is what it's like to be
Our
inside of
vehicle
a
is powered
train.
by electricity from overhead contact line system, so it's necessary to lift the pantograph.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Pantograph. Okay. Wait for pantograph contact.
Now, close the quick circuit breaker.
Close the quick circuit breaker.
Now, close the quick circuit breaker.
Oops.
Wait for a quick circuit breaker to close, and also wait for the converter and compressor to start. The correct operation of these devices is necessary, for example, to supply the braking system of a train. Now, set the forward direction. Move the brake lever to the drive position. It may take a long time to loosen up the brakes. To speed this up, you can hold the lever in a filling position with an increased cross section.
It takes a little while to do the brakes. Can I like see what it's doing or whatever? They made it more annoying than I wanted to. What? There, I can just use... what's it doing? Fucking annoying. Sanding button. What's a sanding button? I don't... understand.
Now, the train brake test will take place. The auditor will check if all cars have working brakes.
You know, we're often taught in Hollywood films that the bad guys do.
Sorry.
Move the brake lever to the brake position.
What brake position?
Move the brake lever to the drive position.
Oh yeah, cool.
Use the
Oh, they
call
checked the
button on
brakes,
your
huh?
radio telephone to confirm the readiness to the train dispatcher.
Train 41 4018, Starship Go, Mine Dispatcher, radio check.
41 4018, good radio. Ready for train data.
Cool, set it up, bitch!
I have 25 cars, 2000 tons, length of 370 meters, one locomotive E1A6134, driver Stevenson, ready to depart.
Understood. My name is Ferran, readiness number is 27. Stand by for signal indication.
Cool.
Press on your chair or use the E key to get up. Before we will be able to go, we need to release the parking brake. This button is placed just behind you on the rear wall of the cabin. To sit on the driver's seat, press on it. Move the lever forward to apply power and go.
Should I jump out? Should I jump out? Oh my god. These windows suck. Two back. 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 I don't know. I don't think this game's very good. Two back. 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 But it's two back. Two back. Two back. Two back. Two back. What does that even mean? Oh, I don't know. The game's kind of ghetto. It's got the two back. Two back. Two back. What does that mean? What's this game called? It's Simrail. And what is two back? I don't even know what that is. Two back. Two back. Two back. I don't know what that red fucking button is. Two back. Yeah, it sucked. Sorry, you already like wedged me in something and aren't explaining yourself, and I'm terribly sorry. You're no good. You are not what I'm seeking, unfortunately. I thought it might be kind of cool, but no, it's not as cool as I wanted. Sad. Train Sims. PC game Train Sims. Train Sim World 5 on the PC. Marty Plays Games. Train Sim World 5.
Well, hello.
And welcome.
Crosshair visibility. Trains. Getting in a train. Follow the markers to the train.
How are you? How are you? One of the... Such a bad state. Right, what it's like. I mean, the carpets are cleaner than I've ever seen in a train before. Ditto the seats.
Oh wow, you can just sit.
I dare you to find
Train Sim World 5. Okay, well, how are the graphics? Let's see.
in the UK that looks this clean.
Yep. I need to pee. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Nice. It got warm enough in here. Ooh, modern train sim game. Let's see. It looks like the company's maybe reputable and actually made a good game. Unlike that thing that I just played, which was like I don't know. It was okay, but it wasn't like amazing. They wanted to be too simmy, and I'm not really looking for that experience. I'm looking for a cinematic experience.
They don't exist.
Cool. There's like doors and stuff on this train. So like yeah, like so.
So we'll pinch one of those. FSR. Is that another bug, Dovetail? I think that might be another bug.
Set the reverser to neutral.
FSR. Put that one on. Reverser off. Oh, no.
The other game was just ripping off this game. Aw, this game's all dumb too. I just want to get on a train and ride. I don't care about like controlling the train. Aw. Oh, it's all stupid and like complicated. Look how long it takes them just to get going. It's so dumb. Will they walk you through this every single time?
Just close the door. No, it's the blue one, is it? Good.
Oh yeah, you can just go either way. Cool.
What location?
I mean, the window's better.
I thought we could do braking with the... There we go. Yeah. Doors. Go for Axe. You didn't speed. Full throttle.
In this track,
Put the wipers on
control
there.
desk, insert the master key and activate it.
Unlock the control desk.
We are the master key.
This is not how I would have built this game.
We'll put it on fast. That's nice.
So how cinematic does it get? Can you look at the train from the outside? No, it's like a sim that wants you to, you know what I want? Is there a modern A train? Train management trains and tracks, rails, and all aboard tourism. Let's go look at this one. I don't want a sim. I don't. I want oh, A train all aboard tourism.
I'm Gaz of here because it is literally all his dialogue is. Why would you ever want to go back if you're trying to find something useful? Anyway, let's go ahead and keep it going at 1 because we do need to work towards those goals. Okay, explain the plan we have for a new train into our train and tell them at some point, hey, we don't want you to go this far or turn around or whatever, but it's something that the tutorial does not tell you about and you have to figure out on your own. Anyway, Mr. Goshiki is here to tell me about, well, basically. And let's see, I'm also going to get a new train purchase, suburban train. Ooh, I got a lot of different trains now. A lot of different trains. We'll just go with the same one we've got for right now, though, and we may as well build it to a 4. Or we can increase the train cars, or we can increase the train car types.
I don't know. They made this game.
Unlocked,
it looks a lot better than the PlayStation 1.
You can research improvements to trains and all sorts of stuff like that. So let's double time this and continue on with the tutorial, and hopefully I can get the basics out of the way within an hour. Do you have a moment? Mr. Kawazawa is here with a proposal regarding future developments. Okay, now that we're working on expanding the railroad, I think our plans are going forward. I've got a few suggestions. We should develop a new train. Okay, now we're going to talk about research. Okay, so research, put in a new plan. We will develop, we could develop subway technology. We're not going to use it in this tutorial, so let's go into train development instead.
Music's good.
So here I get to...
A train all aboard tourism sold. Although I don't know, is it EAC? is the other problem. Is it EAC? $36. Oh my god, this game's how old? Oh no, it's actually fairly modern, I guess, but that's still a lot. It's like, wow. And it's cheap right now too. Damn it. A-Train 8. Oh no! Look, this one came out in 2013. Yeah, A-Train PC Classic. A-Train 9 Japan Rail Simulator. A-Train All Aboard Tourism, which was 21. So that's going to be the most modern one with the best graphics, I think. Oh, I don't know. A-Train 8 looks really good. Why A-Train 8? This was mixed, really? Sin City 2000. I hadn't even thought about that game in a long time. Yeah, A-Train was one of the first games I ever bought too. Although no, I've been playing games since the Nintendo era, but you know, A-Train was one of the games on the PlayStation I bought that I kept. It was really good. No full screen, no tutorial. Now, what was the original A-Train thing that yeah, what's the best version of A-Train, huh? Oh, I want A-Train 9, I guess. Okay. A-Train 9's the one I want. A-Train. This is a good game. But A-Train 8, A-Train... Oh, no. A-Train 9, Japan Rail Simulator. A-Train 9, Train Construction. A-Train PC Classic. A-Train 8. A-Train 9 is $24. Oh, look, it is pretty. Show the video of it. Yeah. See, look, that's great. Oh yeah, A-Train 9 is probably the best one. Look at that. Oh yeah, look, you can build, like, you can make it so cool. Yep, you could just like go and ride the train all day. It didn't matter. The sim just runs on. As long as you aren't spending any money. Yeah, this is kind of a triumphant game. They should deserve to have lifelong careers in this because they really did. In terms of RTSs, I think this is actually my favorite RTS. Because you build this world, or not you, but you build this world that other people come to, and as you build, you can build in it like a survival game. You can build like houses and stuff, and bring people to them and all this, just like that, and then you can ride the train through the town that you create, which is a really cool experience. $24 is pretty good. You know, I didn't buy. I'm scared of this being. I'm scared of this being. Yeah, it's got a mixed reception, but it's like. Let's see about the negative things they say about this game. Yeah, it's really good. For 2016, it probably looked really good, yeah. Now it probably looks really shitty. Yeah, it's got a stock exchange system. Oh, it doesn't work on Windows 10? It's dead and gone. It's dead and gone. Now I want to take the warning. Yeah, I can't see him launch this game at all. Oh, it's a train. I was like, what the hell is that sound? Okay, so I have to buy the all aboard tourism one because this one doesn't run, and that sucks. My cord got disconnected. Oops. Yeah, $36. I don't think so. Not for this fucking game from fucking 2021. No. The graphics look better. You can't lose this game, so just go. It's a really good game to run in the background, but I bet it's EAC, which is fucking stupid. It's dumb. I really do bet this is EAC. If it's from 2021, I bet it's EAC. It's fucking stupid. I'm gonna get the game, but I'm not gonna do the EAC on a single player title. Let's go see what they sell it for. I want to go to the Good Old Games because I've been thinking about going to Good Old Games like today, anyways. Because no, stop now. The music's not bad. Yeah, this is a happy game. I think I am gonna go A Train All Aboard Tourism, but I'm gonna just torrent because I know it's EAC. It's fucking dumb. RTSs always are. It's fucking stupid. Fucking EAC. Let's look at the game on YouTube. Oh, this is a Nintendo game now? Oh, no, it's on the Switch is why. Oh, good. They put this on the Switch so the kids can play it. That's good. That's good. It's a really, really. I think of this game as the best. Oh, look, the graphics are much better in this version too than the old PlayStation. The original. This was on the original PlayStation. It was the best. It was probably the best game on the system, really, because it had the most depth. But it really was like, it was, well, I don't know, there's a lot of really crazy depth games on the PlayStation. Maybe King's Field was the best game on PlayStation. Maybe, I don't know, or, well, it's Final Fantasy 7, but A-Train all aboard, tips on building a station. Yeah. Oh, loud. I played a lot of this game. I remember it very well. It's a relentlessly cheerful game. It has a day-night cycle, and it has this really cozy feel because your shit starts out as this sleepy little side town somewhere, and you're like building a train station, and then you build a track to some other town, and then you start linking the towns to sell train fare, and that little bit of money starts to come in, and it pays for, like, it starts to slowly play. And it's like an RTS, and it's meant to run all day in the background. I did used to let it sit in my PlayStation. Just when I was like 15 years old, I would like let it sit in my PlayStation all day, like all day long, and I would just let it sim being a train. And I think I'm going to return to that experience. I remember that experience, and it was fun. Thank you, D King. Yeah. Oh, acquire land around your station. Okay. Yeah, this will avoid headaches. Yeah. Prevent these bastards from building on the path you plan to build rails. See where your rail ends and buy the next 10 squares for future expansion. Look, this guy's good at this game. Okay, so your station stops influencing things after 10 squares, so the chance of someone building after 10 squares is radically reduced. Okay. And while the graphics are crappy and it's an old RTS, like when you get on the train, it's actually weirdly beautiful, and it has this day-night cycle. So you're like RPing that you're the conductor on the fucking train in the town that you own. And most RTSs don't turn me on, but this RTS doesn't have violence. It doesn't have fighting. It doesn't have like anything but growth. And I think it's a good game for the stream because I can always just hop on the train when I'm like, and when I want to just see the town grow, and it gets bigger and bigger till the whole area is just like this, and like the whole area becomes like this, and it's like Sim City. But it starts out really sleeping quiet like this. It starts out like that, and then eventually ends up being like this for as far as the entire map, and you own all of it. It's fucking crazy. And then so you end up taking your train through your town that you own, and it's actually a really good game. It was a good game for kids. It's a good God game for kids. It's definitely a God game because you control all of this eventually. It's like the town folks, the townsfolk are there, and they're good because they patronize the train. That's the only reason they're good. Otherwise, they just get in the way essentially. So, but like he was saying, like they will cause headaches later if you don't buy 10 squares out, because like, yeah, you want to buy like 10 squares out. You want to buy this whole area really around your train so you can just build. and then they grow around you, and you connect it, like ideally you wouldn't do roads, you would do trains in this perfect. That's how SimCity is too. In a perfect world, you don't really want cars because they're incredibly pollution. The traffic makes your fucking constituency really unhappy. I mean this, and this is true in real life too. Traffic makes constituents really fucking unhappy. If you take a job as like a city council or whatever, in say like older America, be prepared to be yelled at by the citizenry about the traffic and the potholes. They're just going to show up, and for 5 hours they're just going to yell at you every week for like, for like 20 years. Like now it's still like that now. I mean, if you want to be city council, be prepared to be yelled at about the traffic and the potholes for like your entire fucking like city council session, unless you're actually conducting business, because that's all they really worry about. They're pissed off that it takes them an hour and a half to get somewhere. They're pissed off that the infrastructure isn't good enough and there isn't enough public transit, all this other shit. And so the citizens care a great deal about the ease of their lives and how easy it is for them to conduct their lives. And so this game's about that. And so notice that the town kind of builds their roads, and I don't think you build, well, I guess you do build the roads and stuff, but like he built roads, but honestly, even in SimCity, it's better to do a crazy network of trains. And I think of it as just loops. So you just do, you do a big circle around. You have trains that just stop at every station on the big circle, and then you build exactly as he's built, 10 block things, and then inside the gaps, you let townsfolk come in. You build commercial and residential buildings and stuff, and you get skyscrapers and stuff. And then like the trains, if you get good at SimCity or good at A Train, you just spin you spin the trains on this giant loop, and they're always going up and down like this, right? Crosshatch. And there's trains going around the big circle, so anybody can get anywhere around the hub of the city. And this is the only way that you can keep your population thriving, happy, and not trying to and the city doesn't burn down because you need roads too, because the cops and the fire trucks need some way to travel through the populace. So ideally you do both. But it does suck to use a lot of roads when you don't really need to. And I mean, I remember there being a flaw with the trains in the respect that, like, if you have a fire and there's no roads, the fire truck people can't get to the burning building, and then your city burns down. The entire city burns down. So I don't remember what the solution is to that. I think you have to. I think you have to do the roads. But honestly, if you do both, you can maintain 100% happiness, because the citizens all use the trains, because the trains all go down every road in the fucking city. And so then they can get off at every block. And so if they want to go to the mall, they can just go burr, 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 burr at the mall. And it doesn't really matter. They can even take like various different trains, go in different directions and stuff, because it's all one big circuit that's always running, like the A train like light rails and stuff. And I think it's actually both. You're supposed to do both. You're supposed to do roads so that the cops and the fire trucks can patrol the roads and get to the crime and the fires. And you need trains to keep the people from fucking screaming at you about traffic. This game doesn't care about traffic, but SimCity did. And actually, I mean, this game might actually care about traffic. Yeah, if you build a whole lot of residential, but you don't give them roads or trains, they'll get unhappy and probably leave, and all this becomes like barren decay. Probably there is consequences to not connecting at all for them. They need roads at the very least. You don't have to give them trains right away, but because that's more expensive, I believe. But the roads you do have to give them, or the cops can't travel. It's annoying. You know, as I look at this game, the graphics look less and less and less good, and it's weird because this game's only 3 years old. It's like, why can't you get this to look better by 2021? You guys could, I mean, isn't this in the Unity engine or whatever? You could have made this look better. But the engine itself does do something really amazing, which is lets you get inside the trains and go ride your rail forever and see the town that you built, which is you know a really good thing. Let's look at number 2 when he finally gets a train going here.
I return to a train. Okay, so before we start here, I just wanted to point out. First of all, I apologize for the incredibly repetitious song going in the background all the time. The reason, perhaps, is because there's a select music here. I have selected all music. There were about 5 songs selected, and they probably just kept playing on repeat. So hopefully we'll get some new music here. And I also lowered the volume because it's very loud, repetitious music. Anyway, continuing on. Let's go back into here and find out more. Do you feel confident you can fulfill our agreement with the local government? Yes. 3 years is actually a surprisingly long time in this game.
Yep. So there it is. So that's what you build. You build this. Yeah, this version looks fine. It's just A-Train. It's the same old A-Train. I think it's not the same game really as the original A-Train, which does kind of bother me. I wish I could get my hands on A-Train 9, but this is the modern one. So this is the one I'm kind of constrained to playing on Windows 10. And it's the same old A-Train. Honestly, it looks better. It looks better than the old A-Train.
I haven't been paying attention to the train here.
So you see these notices. Fast food shop was constructed in Inomori village, and a West Naguro station was constructed in Nagashiro village. Total earnings, net sales, right, 955 mil or something, 680k GPY. I don't know. I don't remember what KGPY is, but yeah, 40 mil gross margin. This game teaches you a lot about being a tycoon. What it's required. Tycoons get built by this mechanism, which is connecting the towns. This is how all of our railroad, internet, everybody. It's just if you connect the people, we will give you a lot of fucking money. If it's transportation, if it's communication, if it's tech that lets us conduct our lives easier and stuff, we will pay you a lot of money. And so Tycoons gets set up by just making enough money doing some kind of hustle long enough where they connect towns with trains, and they own the train, so they make a lot of money, or whatever it is, planes or boats or whatever, and then eventually that brings them more interest in the town, and they begin working the stock market and doing more business investor things, and then you end up kind of owning the town. So it's sort of crazy. You start buying real estate, and then you look up one day and you're like, oh god, I didn't want anybody competing with me, so I just bought up all the land and all the people and all the all the jobs and all the area, and now I'm Dutton Ranch, I'm Dutton Ranch, and I'm so big that I have a helicopter and stuff like this, and it's weird that but that's how tycoons get made. I could be a tycoon. I've got the skill set. My problem is I'm not very trustworthy if it's not me, because I don't care about I care about other people, and I wouldn't hurt them on purpose. But when I'm a businessman, I'm fairly cutthroat. I don't really care too much for the opponent. I don't care about what happens to them. So I'm not a really good opponent in business. It's sort of weird. I don't care about what happens to you, sort of. So I'm a little bit more heartless than the average man, and so it is what it is. Like, for instance, when I was a drug dealer, I definitely did. It's funny, but this is a very true story. I've got witnesses. My best friend can talk about it. She saw it. By being who I was and having the connection that I did have, in 2 different ways, I ended up outdoing, so I had a friend who owned a house, and in the house was a cook in the basement. And the cook made methamphetamine occasionally, but not very often. And there was a lot of drug dealing going on in that house. But when I got my connection, pretty much my life changed, and I outdid everybody that in the house that I was living at. I outdid everybody in the flop house, which was kind of crazy. And they began to see that I was rolling in a rental car with the hottest girl in Denver, who was living with me, and I was just feeding her, and just like she was just, I took care of her full time. She was like my life. I loved her to death. I did everything I could for her, get her out of her situation and stuff and all this, and I still do. She's my best friend, and well, one of my best friends, and she watched all this, and I eventually took over, and I became the source of the entire house, and I was giving dope to the homeowner. I was, doing deals with the basement. I was selling either direct, like ideally from the house. I would keep the money in the house, right? But if I couldn't do that, I would go to my friend A, who knew everybody in Denver. And so at that point, I outdid, because I had a source that nobody else had, I outdid the entire house. And having done that, I began to understand how tycoons become tycoons, because it's just at that point I kind of cornered the market share, because I was the only person who could reliably get dope no matter what. So, that I was who they called, and my phone just lit up. It lit up when they saw that I was reliable, and that I delivered, and that I was like, savvy and not likely to fuck with cops. I hated cops, and I would tell anybody who asked, they'd be like, what do you do if you fucking get pulled over or whatever? Because they'd be like, how are you an Uber driver that delivers drugs? And I'm like, they're like, how do you not get caught? And I'm like, well, first of all, they don't pull over Uber sticker cars, because they know that we're delivering the public around rather than them getting DUIs. That's true for taxi cabs too. So I was, taxi cab helps with that too. And the other thing is like, I don't fuck with cops. I don't talk to them. I mean, I do if I want something, but I don't, I don't talk to cops, and I don't like them. And that's what I tell the people. I'm like, no, I'll die first before I'll talk to a motherfucking pig. I'm a punker of the old school thing, and the person's got to be a rapist, or I don't talk at all. I mean, that's straight up how I say it too. The person's got to be a rapist, or I don't talk at all. Honestly, murder you don't want to get involved with, because they might try to kill you if you tell the pigs. Anything else you don't want to get involved with, because it's just not your fucking business. But I will roll a rapist.
Stop. Okay.
And have done so several times.
Okay. Now that it's here.
One of them was unsuccessful.
Oh, it is. I did put it down as a 5 byte. Okay.
It's your job as a citizen to roll rapists. Don't ever let them pass. Don't think, oh, it's not my business or something like that. Don't ever let the rapists fucking just fester. If you know there's a rapist, fucking do something about it. Like, I have a problem because there's a rapist I know about that I can't do anything about, because I don't know enough, and I can't get the information, and I'm not a psycho. But I mean, like, honestly, I just, I think about that all the time. I'm like, there's some information that I want about a rapist, because I want to turn them in, and I don't know what to do. Meanwhile, the statue just slowly ticks, and I mean, I doubt anything ever fucking happens, because when they take women, when they steal women against their fucking will, the women often don't do anything. And it sucks, and that's okay. I'm not victim shaming. I'm just saying that that's a cold hard reality about the world. It sucks. It's unfortunate for them, and I totally relate, and I do not judge them. It's their business. They can do what they want. But I mean, it sucks that sometimes these people just walk away, because I want them out of the community almost always. Not almost always, like definitely always. I want them out of the community always. There was one time that I knew a rapist that I was okay with it, and it was a statutory rapist. And I had met the girl, and I know that she prepositioned him, and I know that she was too young, and her parents sunk him, and he did his time in jail, 4 years in jail. And because he was 18 when this happened, and he slept with a 16-year-old who didn't tell him her age, and her parents fucked him. Her parents fucked him so bad he went to jail for 4 years. I'm sympathetic to that. If the girl lies to you, what can you do? And I know that girl. She lied to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. What can you do? What can you do if the girl lies to you? You're 18. You sleep with a 16-year-old. They lie to you about their age. Their parents think that you've ruined her life when she falls in love with you. But she's 16 and you're a sophomore. I'm sorry, you're a senior, and like that's not too good. I mean, it's okay. I think when, you know, like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's really okay for sophomores to date anything but freshmen. It's not really okay for sophomores to date seniors, I don't think, really. 18 and 16 isn't that good. The dude's an adult, the girl's not. And so I don't really think it's that wise. And my friend did, and this man is he's not a friend of mine anymore. I haven't talked to him in 10 years, but you know, he was a friend of mine for some time because I met these people. I understand what the situation is. He had to warn me day one. He was like, you may not want to hang out with me. And I was like, why is that, dude? And he's like, well, I caught a statutory rape charge. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. And if you hang around me, you'll meet the girl too. And it's one of you know, well, not me, not hang around me, but he was like, you'll meet the girl. She's around these circles and stuff. And I did. And they never were allowed to talk to each other or anything like that. He wasn't ever near her. I'm not trying to imply that or anything like that. But like, you know, but he did his time. He went to jail. He went to jail for 4 years. He got his ass beat in prison and raped. You know what I'm saying? He went to jail. And he did his thing, and he was raped in prison and all this. I feel bad for him. I do, because the girl lied to him. I'm sympathetic. He's still a fucking rapist, and I found no problem in writing him off as a friend when he ripped off my Xbox 360 from me. But I found no problem with just being like, I'm done with you, dude. I'm sorry. You just don't... A man does not rob his friends. A real man does not rob his friends. Go find some stranger to rob a 360 from. He was like, I can't replace it, and I sold your 360. And I was like, well, you have now stolen a 360 from me, and you can't replace it because you have a kid, and you have no money. So now you have screwed me. I'm not going to remain friends with you. And he was like, no, please, you're my only friend. You're like the only person who's ever stayed friends with me. Please, please. And I was like, no, I'm terribly sorry. You have a kid now and a girlfriend. You're fine. You're fine. No. And I ended the conversation. I closed, you know, I never spoke to him again. And so, you know, I don't feel sad that I did that because it was hard to be his friend anyways. But I mean, I knew his brother, I knew his family, I knew that girl, I knew what happened. I mean, I knew it wasn't some lie. Like, you know, that girl lied to him, and honestly, like, she lied to him, and then she didn't want to do anything to him. The parents did. The parents wanted to fuck him over. And of course they were. He was like, you know, too old. I think he was 19 actually. I think he was like 19 and he slept with a 16-year-old girl. And they'd send him to jail for 4 years over that.
Didn't have to worry about that at all.
Fucking crazy.
Right.
Oh yeah, and it was easy to stop being friends with that dude. I didn't say it when I stopped being friends with him. I didn't want to let him know that horrible fact. But I just couldn't say it. We were struggling on the phone. I was like, here's that moment where I decide whether I stay your friend or not, buddy. And I'm like, you know, we were talking on the phone because he was out of state. And I was like, I would have really have liked to had this conversation like in person. I wouldn't have ever have hurt you, but I definitely would have been able to at least express my anger to you. But now I'm just stuck on this fucking phone and I can't do anything about it. I can't yell at you or anything like this. I'm just stuck on this fucking phone and you're in a different state. And so it was just like that. And he informed me that he had sold all of my games and my Xbox 360. And I had personally curated that collection with the taxi money that I had been driving, you know, and I handpicked RPGs. I threw the cases away and I kept the discs because I collected about, you know, I would say about 40 or 5 or 60, I think it was like 60 of the best RPGs on the Xbox 360. And there is a bunch. There's so many good RPGs on the Xbox 360. There's about 40. And he fucking just sold the fucking case. I don't even know who would buy it, honestly. There was no cases. There was no... I mean, I don't even know. He probably just included it with the 360, thinking that he was never going to be able to make it up anyways, just to probably sweeten the deal to get more money or something like that. I don't know what he did. You know, I don't know. I don't remember. But, you know, I was very angry. I was like, it wasn't just that you stole from me. I actually don't mind that. If you're desperate and you need to feed your child, I get it. My problem is you fix it later. A real man fixes his trespasses. You are unable to do so, and you are informing me that you ripped me off and you are unable to recompense me, and probably won't be for a long time. And I was like, that's a real man thing to do, that you told me this, and I respect it. But real men don't fuck their friends for child money, you know, to feed their child. They don't. The real men don't fuck their friends over. Go find some stranger if you're gonna fuck somebody over. Don't go looking to your friends to do that. Don't sell my shit. Don't sell my shit, you know? Don't sell my shit. That was a fucked up move. It was hard being his fucking friend anyways. He was a statutory fucking rapist who got lied to. And it, you know, and it was fine. I mean, you know, it was fine. He did his time, so it was okay to be his friend. You know, he did his time for that. He didn't hide. He was busted. He went to jail for 4 fucking years and got raped in Denver County. And, like, you know, you could see it was rough on him, and he had seen things, and I was friends with him because he was a good kid. He was a Magic the Gathering nerd who liked Bloodborne, you know, and Dark Souls, and I showed him Dark Souls. He was entirely a Call of Duty. He was a Call of Duty regional champion, which is something that I know I've said that before. But I have 2 friends who are Call of Duty regional champions, and they're only in real life friends too. I don't play video. Well, I used to play video games with them, but I don't play video games with them anymore. So I can't believe this fucking story. It's just so dumb. But yeah, he stole the 360 and I just stopped being friends. I was like, it's easy to not be your friend, buddy. You're statutory. I mean, I didn't say it to him, but as I felt guilty as I hung up the phone, I was like, it's hard to be his friend. He was a statutory rapist. My mother wouldn't approve. I mean, he did his time, but my mother wouldn't really approve. Like, my cousin, she married a dude, and the day that I met him, I had to get permission from my mother as well as me, and my mother had to listen to the situation and understand it, and my mother was okay with it, but she was like very nervous about it, and I was too. And my cousin introduced me to her husband, who had killed 3 people in Omaha, Nebraska. And it was a gang shootout when he was 17. He did a year of juvie, and then I think it was 17 years in jail, something like that. And when I met him, he was like 48, something like that. Nice guy. Gang kid. I wouldn't say he was a killer, really. That guy, he told me the story, and I met all those people that were there with him, and they told me the story too. We were drunk. And, like, and the story's fucking crazy, and I don't want to share it because it's too fucking personal and it might get me banned too, I think. But he shot 3 kids who were running up in his gang house to shoot everybody. And they know it. They were strapped up, and they were assassins, essentially, and they were coming up in the crib to fucking waste everybody. And he killed them at the door. He shot all 3 of them. Cold blood. And so, and then I had to listen to this, and they were like, "You're young, you're old enough to make your own decisions, but you're also young. So we need to know if you're acceptable even being around this guy, because you guys are kind of snobby and stuff, and a little bit more middle class and a little bit more refined." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? I caught my first felony when I was 17," and they started laughing. I was like, "What? I did. I caught my first felony when I was 17. I'm like him. I went to county. I didn't go to county, but I went to juvie, and for 6 weeks, or I think it was 3 weeks actually. I think it was 3 weeks in juvie, and then without contacts, so I couldn't see. It sucked so bad. It was 3 weeks without my contacts because they made me take them out, and it was so fucking annoying not being able to see. I learned that don't ever tell the prison that you have eye problems. Just keep the contacts in until they're too terrible to keep in anymore. You'll last about 4 months that way. But I mean, like, you know, but yeah, after about 4 months, it'll be too painful to keep the contacts in anymore. But yeah, at least you'll be able to see for 4 months, because at that point, they're going to move you to glasses, and which sucks. And then, you know, and then all this other stuff that you're not used to. And they're going to be shitty glasses, and they're probably not going to be the right prescription. And it's insane. Vision in prisons are not so good. They get what they need, but it's not perfect. And, so, you know, yeah, and I don't know, I just, you know, it's kind of weird. So my cousin and her husband laugh, and I was like, no, I caught fucking felony weight at moving ecstasy when I was 17. And I was like, I also had like an eighth of marijuana and a pipe and all this shit. And I was like, that was motherfucker. I told her that. I was like, that was 14 fucking years ago, something like that. That was the first one. I got I got a rap sheet a mile long, so many fucking charges. And they were like, well, cool, you can hang out with us. And I was like, yeah, I hang out with people like you sort of a lot. But the problem is they never have any bodies on them. They're always just sort of Denver G's that sling mostly marijuana, frankly, you know, and shit like that. And then like, and they are hard, but they're not these people known for dropping bodies like y'all. And I was like, I don't usually hang out with people who drop bodies, but I don't truly care if you did your time. And he was like, yeah, here's the proof. I mean, I did 17 fucking years. I got tats and everything of it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe you. She waited for him. She met him before. She met him before prison, but she didn't know she was in love with him until they met again, like 20 years later. It's kind of funny, but she met him before he went to prison. It was kind of funny, and she did sort of wait for him in a way. I think kind of she dated other people, but I think she kind of knew that they were gonna be it. It's when they first met, which is a cute little story. I love that story. I love my cousin quite a bit. I never think about her at all, but I mean she has a cool story. And yeah, and I like that she was willing to date him. Felons need love too, especially if they've done their time. I'm not a felon. I'm a deferred adjudicated felon, but you know, I am close. It's about as close as you can get. I have 2 deferred adjudicated felonies, and that's about as close as you can get to being a full-time Skid Row motherfucking loser, con college asshole. You know, but no, I never stayed in the prisons. It was never going to be my path. It was, you know, I'm just smarter than that. Everybody always tells me, the cops tell me, they're like, Jesus Christ. They're like, you're one of the smarter motherfuckers we've ever met. What are you doing here? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I like doing bad things, and by bad things, I mean doing drugs. That's all. I like doing drugs, which is like doing bad things, essentially. I mean, I like doing other things too, but I mean, you know.
It's very full. In that case,
it's full.
It is not that train that I want to.
I want to buy this game. I want to buy this game, but I'm scared that it won't play. So I'm going to download it first, I think. Because I'm scared that it won't play. I need to see that this game will actually play on Windows 10 because, well, I mean, it's from 2021. It'll probably play, yeah. I don't know if I can afford this game right now, but I think I would prefer this game over, what was I going to buy? Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. What a piece of crap that was. Their graphics were so bad. Tourism-based urban planning. I thought for a second they were calling the character Obama, and I was like, it would be funny to name yourself Obama. Like they were talking to Obama all the time. Like, hello, Obama. It's like, hi. No, you know, no offense to Obama. It's a good name. I've always really loved his name. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful African name. Barack Obama. It just rolls off your tongue like his penis. Dick riding Obama, Obama. Dick riding Obama, Obama. Dick riding Obama lyrics. I love this. Dick riding Obama, Obama. Dick riding Obama. Dick riding Obama, Obama. It's will.i.am sings that song. It's so fucking funny. will.i.am sings this song. Got up this morning, things weren't working right. I said I want to make a change. I said I want to fight. Obama walked up and said, yes, we can. I said I want to ride your nuts because I think you're the man. Now I'm dick riding Obama, Obama. Now I'm dick riding Obama, Obama. Now I'm dick riding Obama. Dick riding for today, dick riding for the straight, dick riding for the gay, dick riding for America, dick riding for Iraq. It's okay to ride that dick just as long as it's Barracks. Goddamn boondocks. And now we're dick riding Obama, Obama. You know he loved that song. You know he loved that song. You know he loved that song. You know his kids probably showed him that song. You know he loved that song. You know he probably sings it in the bathroom. I guarantee it. I know he's heard that song, and I know he sings it. I know he sings that song. We all sing that song. Dick Riding, Obama, Obama. There was a good president who just did nothing, but he didn't set us on fire while he was doing it. I mean, he did healthcare. I mean, I guess you couldn't say he did nothing. He just, he did healthcare. God, I mean, I want to buy this game, but not for $36. It's 3 years old, and the game itself, they sold it to me way back for $60 on the PlayStation 1. It was expensive as hell back then. Like, I bought this game on the PlayStation 1 a long, long time ago. I don't want to pay $40 fucking dollars for it and fucking, like, I don't know. I think I'm going to just rip this motherfucker off. I mean, I've already bought this game so many times. I bought this game like 4 times. I don't really need to buy this game, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess at that point it's full-blown stealing. I do want to buy the game, but not at $36. We're definitely adding this to the wish list, because sooner or later they will sell this for $5 when they realize that it's not going to keep selling for $36 or whatever. That's why it's half off right now, is because 40%. Yeah, I mean, I want to buy this game, but and this might be a really good fucking time to buy this game. Listen to this music, it's so good. Yeah, I want to buy this game. I don't have fucking $40 for this until December 19th. Damn it, I can buy it on the 20th, but not the 19th. I don't know, I guess I could buy this game right now. You know, I spent some money at the car wash today. I don't know what's in my account. City Skylines is supposed to be good. Can you ride the I want it to be very easy so the decay is almost nothing. It looks really good. It looks really good, but can you ride the trains? Let's see. Can you ride the trains in Cities Skylines? Yeah, I want to see the train ride through the city. Here. I'm in the market for this too, maybe. Why is it silent? So that's really good if you can slow it down. If you can slow it down, this is good enough almost. I would prefer if you could ride the train or see it from the train's perspective as the conductor. But, I mean, yeah, this is a fairly good train RP. This is fairly good train RP, so City Skylines goes on the list too. I don't like RTSs, and I won't spend a lot of time playing these games. I will spend time playing them, but not like not mains. I will just ride the trains. Ride the trains on the mains. So yeah, I like this. It's good, but it's not as good as A Train. I will try to see if I can get my hands on A Train. Let's see. So we're looking for, what's the name of this fucking game? It was A Train. All Aboard Tourism is such a terrible name. Oh, there it is. It's 3 gigs. It's entirely procedurally generated, so it's really fucking small, and I like that. Okay, I got it. And, so I have this game now. And, So we'll look at this tomorrow, but I'm definitely not doing it tonight. It requires brainwaves, and I don't have brainwaves. I drove in traffic for 11 hours, and I'm exhausted. I mean, I'm not exhausted, but I'm tired. I am tired. Ooh, silver. I like making money passively. I'm not even like sitting here. I'm not even doing anything on Eve. What happened to my pen? Oh. This was a Japanese developer. They're really good. Yeah, this is a good game. Arctic is a really good company. They're good at what they do. All right, so okay, well that's this was educational. I liked this little sim rail game, but it wasn't like the vibe that I'm looking for, which is just sit back and a space truck on a train, you know? Says sit there and watch a train go through a city. Who the fuck cares if the city's moving at a snail pace because there's no growth happening or anything? That's what they want you to do. They want you to leave the game on in the background forever and just let it play itself. And yeah, I can't do that if it's EAC, but you know, eh. Where did my pen go? I have to find it now. I think it got mired up in this blanket. Now I don't know where it is. Where did you go, pen? Here you are. Wait. Warm enough now. It's good. I'm going to turn it down a little bit because it's up pretty high. Or, well, actually, I'm going to leave it on that because I'm going to have the whole house. I'm going to do the whole house. This will immediately drop the temperature. When I open that door, like a rush of cold air comes in. It's fucking awesome, and it just completely changes the room. It's fucking sweet. I love it. It's like causing a storm in my bedroom. So... Wow, there's 156 Caldari pilots in this militia. That's beautiful. All right, so A-Train, all aboard, tourism. Let's go back to, we've seen enough of this. We did the research that we need to do on that. The awful truth about YouTube, live streaming, good. I am looking for... this other set of videos, not that one, but this.
Of thousands of dollars for this therapy. And according to ProPublica, the company is also questioning the medical necessity of the therapy for some patients, which could lead to coverage denials. And reportedly, these strategies would specifically impact kids covered through state-contracted Medicaid plans, which United runs in about 24 states, impacting 10,000 children with autism spectrum disorder. But then it's also seeing ProPublica speaking to a number of people outraged by all this, with some of them even questioning the legality of it, as there are federal laws requiring insurers to provide equal access to mental and physical care. With, for example, the founder of the Autism Legal Resource Center saying, yes, this therapy therapy can be expensive, but solving the problem by denying kids access to medically necessary care is a terrible solution. And this is Karen Fessel, the founder of the Mental Health and Autism Insurance Project, also said that this strategy is unconscionable and immoral, and adding, they're denying access to treatment and shrinking a network at a time when they clearly know that there is an urgent need. We also saw ProPublica speaking to a mother whose son has autism and is impacted by this, with us learning that her son was 3 when he was diagnosed, and prior to that, she wondered if he would ever speak, and she couldn't take him out in public because he would just frequently scream out of frustration. But then, saying after 2 years in therapy, he could start saying a few small words, and saying that by the time that he was 7, his tantrums grew less frequent and his mom could take him to the grocery store. But then also saying in periods where he had less hours of therapy, his
Oops, yeah, you put me back on the list. Oops.
The internet.
Oh no, oops, there we go.
The Game Awards is very much an event that everybody says does not matter, but at the same time, everybody's still watching, and very much those that work within the industry are there at the event. It's a time in which we all come together to celebrate gaming and also look into the future, in which usually there are some interesting announcements at the very least. This year's event, though, definitely was a highlight. It definitely had some big announcements that at the very least everybody is talking about, good or bad. The one thing I will say about this year's event is that it has the same hiccups as years past.
Oh no, they're making an Okami sequel. Please don't drive Okami into the ground.
What do I mean by that? The celebrity glaze.
Oh my god, let's look at this. Oh my god, this is worthy of its own look. Oh my god, let's look at this. Okay, so... yeah, we like Okami. Oop, is that a game screwing up or something? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Might not have ever seemed a possibility.
Oh no.
You truly love video games.
Oh no, oh no.
This moment.
Can I watch this? I don't know. Is it DMCA or is... no, yeah, I'm fairly sure I can watch this, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, why did you do this? Oh my god, for a fucking Okami sequel? That one game on the PlayStation 2, that one game. Come on, man, nobody needs this kind of thoroughfare. You guys did this for, you had Lindsay Sterling dance while she was playing the violin for, Tales of Arise, and I'm like, that the game itself could never be that good enough to warrant this kind of treatment. This is cool. I mean, it's cool, but why? It's a video game award show. Why? I can't believe you did this. Man, your studio looks desperate. God damn it, I better send this to my best friend. He fucking loves this game. It made me emotional that they're getting into this that much. It was cool. It is cool. Oh, it's Capcom. Never mind. I thought Okami was a third-party developer. Oh, it's Hideki Kamiya. I love the drum. He just waits.
Oh my god, what an amazing moment. Together again, Takeuchi-san and Kamiya-san and his new...
Oh my god, I can't believe how crazy that is. I mean, yeah, just... ooh, shader optimization. And now you won't let me alt-tab out, and that's bothering me. Let me alt-tab out. Let me alt-tab out. Let me alt-tab out. Hurry up, you. Let me alt-tab out. Let me alt-tab out. Let me alt-tab out. Let me alt-tab out. What are we doing? Seeing a black screen. Can't alt tab. Are you letting me alt tab now? Oh, you are. Okay, good. Ooh, pretty. English, confirm QWERTY or AZERTY. What is AZERTY? AZERTY. QWERTY or AZERTY? Okay. Early access is a blah blah that I didn't even see. That was we were waiting for receiving the server starting. Do you have to download something still? So this is competition for Star Citizen. And I mean Star Citizen. I don't mean Starfield. I mean Star Citizen. This is a game that's, the demo is free. It's called Kanga. I've never played it. Never tested it. This is already better than Star Citizen. Because there's no crashing. Oh yeah, you're a cyborg, not a human, so you don't need air. Because, yeah, the helmets are dumb, in my opinion. The helmet's just more busy work. Oh, wow. So, cool. Wake up, and wait. Cyborg setup. Already the frame rate's better than Star Citizen. Oh, look, the frame rate is better than Star Citizen. This game is massive like Star Citizen. F to interact. You can recycle between two. Okay, so the cyborg eats matter tank, recycle to recharge your matter, or sell it for a good price. Okay. UE5? UE5, I think. This game's playing great, but then I haven't got outside yet, though. Oh, okay. Drone can be destroyed. Okay. Oh, look, you have a good flashlight. What do I do now? The music's good. Oh, can I change it? Oh, look, it's good keybinds. Maybe it's a good game. I might buy this game. Scanner is H, but no, scanner F. Select builder. No, I would prefer. I don't know. Ah, camera perspective should be on Z. Action menu is caps. That seems weird. Why caps? That's a terrible keybind. Action menu. I don't know. I don't know. Tab, I guess. interact to Z. There's chat in this. How is this crappy game doing better than fucking Star Citizen? Oh, Z is now a heal button. Mode info. No, that's in builder mode. I need all the other instances of Z. What is middle mouse button? Set active tracker. Maybe I better make that the tab. Oh, there's a map? That's good. Camera zoom. Thumb mouse. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. How is this game better than Star Citizen already? What the fuck? I've seen videos of this game. It's about the scope of Star Citizen. Robert Space Industries is in trouble, I think. If they're starting to make comparable Star Citizen games, which was inevitable, he's never going to reach at the end of what he wants. You know, well, he might actually. He made so much money that, I mean, he can just keep going. Who cares? Oh, I'm looking for the sprint key. Right, that was left shift. At least they're letting me rebind. I can't stand it when people don't let me rebind. Mouse wheel up for fast flight. Okay, fast flight hold is left shift. Fast flight toggle is, what is GFBR? What is GFBR? Okay. Oh, thumb mouse button 2, switch target, okay. Where is sprint, damn it? Where is sprint, damn it? These people are serious. They're coming for Star Citizen. They're gonna maybe do it too. Let's see what happens when I get outside, but let's see. Yeah, normally I would use left control for that. I need you to be left shift. Need you to be... There we go. Ragdoll. Okay. You can press down to suicide. Okay. Oh, consumable 1. Recycler switches 5. Slot 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. No. No, that's the 4 key. What the fuck are you doing?